Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Good evening and welcome to Reggae Month University, our industry symposia series hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. The theme of this, our third symposium, is estate planning and pensions for creatives. I'm your host, Denzel Thorpe, and I'll be taking you to today's program. We'll be having some presentations from industry experts who will advise us about the areas I've covered underneath the topic. Now, last week, we had several interesting presentations in part 2 of the series on music and related rights, and that included copyright, collections management organizations, and music publishing. Let's take a quick look at the highlights of last week's symposium.
Tonight is a materialization of Minister Grange's intention to undertake extensive capacity building in crucial areas in the business of entertainment.
The creative industry sector, of which music forms a significant dynamic portion, is seen by many as the fastest growing sector in terms of employment, value added, and exports. At the core of the creative industry is the work and the fruits of the intellect as embodied in the important expressions of creativity and thought of, among others, our songwriters, our performers, artists, filmmakers, dancers, and actors.
The persons who are behind the scenes, writing the songs, playing the music, they also need to be paid. And that is where the collective management organizations such as JCAP comes in.
JAMS represents producers and performers. For our part, we are managing the rights. The copyright also, it is copyright, but copyright now in the song recording and rights in the performances on that sound recording.
A society can only know what it's told. It doesn't know what your share is, even though you do. You can see that at the moment, 77.60% of the money on this song is going nowhere. That is how it will stay unless and until the missing information is provided. Because there are no societies mentioned on this one, no money will be paid out.
It is important at the time that the song is created in the studio that you make up a list of all the participants, what society they belong to, what percentage of the song they are supposed to get, and who their publisher is.
It is important to have professionals managing your affairs so that you will get the maximum benefit. It's better to give up a 10% and a 15% or whatever and get more than, you know, be a big fish in a small pond that's not earning anything. You know, it's better to be a small fish in a big pond that's earning something. This series has given us the opportunity to hear professionals speak and for us to reach out to get the kind of professional support and advice that we need to make good on what we have.
So a very interesting symposium we had last week, and this week we'll advance our masterclass series as we tackle the issues of estate planning and pensions for creatives. Many of you might have heard Minister Grange speak about the whole issue of putting your houses in order, and unfortunately when some people hear that, they quickly run out and buy a broom. No, this is not the type of putting house in order that we're talking about. There are so many different interpretations of that statement, and I can assure you that what we are talking about is putting our house in order from the perspective of making sure that when things are not going as we would want them to, we would have set aside something to carry us through the rough times. You know, last year this time, nobody would have been thinking about a pandemic taking place. And while we were there making hay while the sun shone, we should have been putting some aside, so it tide us over for things like these. And this is what this masterclass is going to be about this evening. Tonight's program will impart some of the necessary knowledge and tools to facilitate estate planning, regardless of your circumstances, because regardless of what circumstances you are in at the moment, whether you just start or you have been established for some time, you can always put something aside for the future. You know, at the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, we are programmed to look at opportunities in every possible angle and from every challenge. This negative pandemic has impacted us in such a way that the industry has suffered from not being able to perform, where we don't have a lot of events taking place. What we want to do now is to use the opportunity to provide extensive capacity building in areas crucial to the business of entertainment. And that is what the Symposia series is all about. Tonight's expert lineup includes estate planning and pension professionals who will address the myths and misinformation in Jamaica about estate planning and pensions for creatives. And who best to kick off this evening's symposium but the conceptualizer, the brains behind all of this planning series, the Honorable Olivia Grange, everybody knows her as Babsy, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, who is going to be doing doing our first presentation this evening. So as we wait for Minister, you know, I want to say this, I want to share this with you. Every time I look at Minister, I can't help but think about the song, She's Royal. And I give you a little joke. One night at her birthday, we sang it for her. I sang it for her. And I don't know, probably I did drink 2 Pepsi. And I sang it so well, Minister keep telling people that I can sing, when that's the only song that I think has ever sung, right? But Minister is going to join us in a few. So we're going to move to the next presenter, who is Mr. Herbie Miller. And he's the director. And someone must go on talk because we're having some technical glitches getting everybody on. So let's use the opportunity to talk about a couple of things. I can give you a rundown of who we're going to have on the program this evening. So already we know that we're expecting Minister Grange to speak. Mr. Herbie Miller will also be speaking. But also, one of the very important presenters that we're going to have today is Mrs. Stacey Ann Carty, and she's the Deputy Administrator General from the Administrator General's Department. And she's going to be speaking about estate planning, wills, intestacy, and managing life. Now, as you know, the Administrator General's Department is the department that deals with estates where persons have died and have not left a will. And you know what can happen in situations like those where everybody wants a piece of that pie. But no, the person who has left us has not put things in place to ensure that we can share what they have left. So the estate planning and wills intestacy, that will be done by Mrs. Stacey Ann Carty, Deputy Administrator General at the Administrator General's Department. Also, we're going to be having a presentation about funeral grants and pensions. And this is going to be done by Ms. Dorothy Morris, who is an NIS inspector at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Now, a lot of times when people hear about NIS, they complain about the fact that the benefit is small, but what they don't think about is that this is the small amount that they put in as contributions. Because the NIS was created as the basic minimum standard for pensions, and it was never meant to be the be-all and the end-all. But unfortunately, while it was established that persons would then put something else aside apart from the small amount that they put for the NIS, persons don't necessarily do that, and eventually, because the NIS is taken compulsory from your earnings, it becomes the only thing that you are able to turn back to. So what we are going to do now, we are going to go straight to the presentation on estate planning, wills, intestacy, and managing life. And that is going to be done, as I said before, by Mrs. Stacey Ann Carty, Deputy Administrator General at the Administrator General's Department. Ms. Carty? Mrs. Carty?
How are you today?
I'm doing better now that you are actually on, because I was here ad-libbing throughout, so you are going to take away the mic. The focus of me for a little while. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Okay, great. So now that you are here, I'm going to, normally we ask you to tell us who you are, but because this is Reggae Month, I'm going to give you 3 options. You can either tell me, yeah man, you can either tell me your favorite reggae song, or your favorite memory of Reggae Month. Or 3, me say 2. Since you are the first one, I'm giving you 2 to choose one. To choose one of the 2.
That is so hard, though. The catalog is so diverse. But I can tell you definitely my favorite reggae artist, without a doubt, is Barry Salmon. But for me to choose one of his songs, I don't know. I don't know which one I prefer more than the other.
All right, I'm going to give you a chance to speak first, and then at the end, by that time, you must have made up your mind which one.
Okay.
Don't pick one that I think I can sing.
Oh, you're going to sing it?
No. That's why I said don't pick one. Don't pick one like that. So I'm going to ask you to go straight into your presentation on estate planning, wills intestacy, and managing life.
All right. I'd like to thank you very much for inviting us. This is a very important topic for all Jamaicans, but especially for persons who are your target audience today, who would be our entertainers or musicians, songwriters, producers. You know, it is a wide gamut of persons. Now, you might ask, what is the importance of the Administrator General's Department to this specific audience? Now, one thing is sure, as much as we don't like to talk about it, is that we're all going to die at some point, right? So what we suggest before we get into the nitty-gritty of the conversation, I want everybody to get this one point, is that we must die. And so most of us, especially as Jamaicans, we have an opinion on everything. We want to direct everything about our lives while we're alive. So it's quite interesting that most people avoid making a will. There is some folklore in Jamaica that once you make a will, you're going to die. I tell people all the time, I made my first will when I was probably about 17. We're going to go into that and you'll know that it's not valid because you have to be an adult and a 17-year-old isn't. But if it was that you would die after making a will, we're not going to say, but closer to 40 and I'm still alive. So we know that that is a myth. So we are definitely encouraging all persons, but particularly in this group of entertainers, to make a will. Now, why are we advocating estate planning in this group? Estate planning is seen as a tool to pass on generational wealth. We know the capacity of entertainers to generate wealth. Whether it is that you are, as I've said before, you are doing performing, so you are touring the world, you're doing Europe, you're doing the US, you're doing Canada, and you're getting touring fees for touring, or whether it is that you're getting royalties for each time your music is played, your music is sampled, or it is in a music video, or it's in a movie, somebody's making a documentary about Jamaica and the history of reggae music, because a lot of that happens. There's great capacity to generate income and passive income once it is that the works are created. And so it is a great tool, just as sports oftentimes is, to really move someone from where they are now economically to catapult them to some places that many of us would find difficult, and it would take many generations to build the wealth. It can happen in one generation in this particular grouping of persons. We find that in the estates that we administer at the department, at the current moment, we have 11 entertainers, and it requires quite a bit of specialized skill, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But what I'm encouraging everyone to do is make a will. Now, yes, we do have a will form on our website with will instructions, and that's open to everyone. But there is a little bit more that I would like this grouping to add. What we find difficult when we're administering the estates is that oftentimes we don't know what the person owns. There is no inventory of what the person's catalog is. And if it is that we don't know which catalog you have, we don't know which collecting management organization you're a member of so that we can collect the royalties. We don't know if you're a member of JCAB, ASCAP, whatever it is, if you're PSP, RS or PPL or sound exchange, whatever it is. We don't have to know, go into a fact-finding mission that sometimes takes us months. The persons you have left behind are sometimes helpful, but we all know the various emotions that death brings. You know, it brings grief, it brings loss, it also brings greed and deception. And so sometimes we do find it very difficult when persons haven't made a will and we are trying to administer the estates to just move past step one to find out what in the world do you own, what are the rights that you own, what is the property that you own. And so we encourage persons to, as we said, go to the website agd.gov.jm. The will form is there with the instructions, but also make sure you specifically speak to your intellectual property. What is it? What do you own? Where can we find it? Who are your authorized persons who you have licensed it to or that are collecting on your behalf? Who do you want to gift it to? Because it is a unique asset. It's an asset that keeps on giving. Now, in the event that you are in the category that unfortunately most Jamaicans, not just entertainers, but most Jamaicans fall, it's called intestacy. It's really what happens when you die and don't leave a valid will, or you haven't left a will that accounts for all your assets. And what happens is that the law determines who is going to get what and in what share. So it's quite simple. If it is that you have died and you have not left a will and you have a spouse and one child, the spouse gets 2/3 and the child gets 1/3. Few of our nuclear situation, few of our families are nuclear families, and few families in Jamaica we have found have one child. So it's that you have multiple children. It could be multiple children with one person or multiple children with several persons. So if it is that you have a spouse and several children, the spouse gets a half and the children get the other half. Now I pause right now for persons to recognize, especially persons whose other family members might be dependent, I'm tongue-tied, dependent on you. If it is that you have a spouse and children, make it clear your sister doesn't benefit, your brother doesn't benefit. Your mother doesn't benefit, your father, your cousin, your grandmother, whomever you want to throw in, they don't benefit. That oftentimes is a cause of great, what's the adjective? Friction, concern, discord, whichever one of those adjectives you want to use when we are administering. Because for us to, for instance, say to your mother, yes, your son used to provide for you, your daughter used to provide for you, used to ensure that all your bills are paid, you had food, you had clothing, your rent was paid, or you probably even lived in his house. But guess what? Now that he's dead, there's a spouse and their children. There's nothing for you to get according to the law. Now that law is called the Intestate Estates and Property Charges Act. Very long, but I'm hoping that nobody that is listening to me is going to have an estate that ends up being an intestacy, so you hopefully won't have to remember. But in the event that you don't, just remember that the law is clear. It's called a table of distribution and it lists everybody. Now, if it is that you have a spouse but you don't have children, that's the only time that your parent may benefit and they're going to share with your spouse. But once you have children, let's make it abundantly clear, your parent does not benefit. Children only share with spouse. Now the question that might be buzzing in everybody's mind is, what in the world is a spouse? Now a spouse, we don't use the word loosely in law as we do in the streets. The spouse is clearly defined, and the spouse is either someone who can present a marriage certificate or somebody who is able to go to the court and get a declaration of spouseship. That's the name of the document that you get from the court. And it's done under the same act we said before, Intestate Estates and Property Charges Act. And in essence, what the person has to prove to the court is that they have lived with the deceased person as man and wife 5 years before the death. Now, the tricky part that we find is that oftentimes we have 3 people, 4 people, 2 people claiming spouseship, but the law is very clear. You cannot have more than one spouse. And that's the intricate dynamics of family life that oftentimes we find ourselves encountering in our society. It's unfortunately cultural. So in a situation like that, none of them are likely going to benefit, because the judge is likely going to look at it and say, if 3 people are claiming to be the spouse, clearly there is no spouse. And so in the absence of the marriage certificate, the other persons would not benefit, and it would just be, for instance, a child. Now, if you were making your will, you could have determined that you want to give all your baby mothers something, all your children something, your auntie, your uncle, your cousin, all your extended family, your parents who are dependent on you, because that might be your reality. But if you haven't made a will, it's clear who is going to benefit. Now, another feature of our culture is that at some point, maybe about 10 years ago, there were statistics that 70% of children had no father noted on their birth certificate. It's a little less so for the mother. The mother's name is usually there. But when we are administering the estates, we can't just say, oh, you know, Stacy was so-and-so John Brown's daughter, so she's to get a benefit. It doesn't work like that. Either the father's name has to be on the death certificate when you're doing intestacy, or the child now has to go to the court and do an application for declaration of paternity. Now, again, you have to prove to the court under the status of the Children's Act that this person acknowledged you during his lifetime. You had a relationship of father and child during the lifetime of the deceased, and you have to bring witnesses and so forth. So you can see how complicated it can get by virtue of you just thinking, oh, grandmother, or, you know, I started it. That's another thing that people tell me all the time. You know, I started my will, but I don't finish. I'm not so sure what takes people so long to actually do it. Because the thing with our will is that you can always change it. I always suggest to persons that you look at it annually, because life changes. You know, life is dynamic. You may not be in a relationship with somebody anymore who you intended to give 2 years ago. No problem. Destroy the will and do another one. It's not a problem. Or you've had another child, you need to add that child to the will. So you continuously look at it. You know, what we see oftentimes, both in a part of our culture, is that it seems that persons aren't readily getting divorces. It might be religious. And so you're separated from this person for 20 years. But when we are doing the administration in intestacy, once you're not divorced, the person benefits. So you can imagine the dynamics where, say, for instance, I am married and we're separated, and 20 years, and I get a new gentleman in my life. We start a whole new family. We've moved on. I haven't spoken to my husband in 20 years, but I die, and guess what? He's still the spouse, the person who I have spent my last 20 years with, building a whole new life, will not get anything, because you cannot have 2 spouses. And if there's a marriage certificate, that's a spouse. So the era is jam-packed with information, and I know I've said a lot, but really I'm encouraging persons to take charge of your life. You know, we really like to be in control. I know I surely do. And so the only voice you have from the grave is your will. There's nothing else that allows you to speak from the grave but your will. We have an oral culture where we'll say, Stacy, you see, when I die, that part of the land over there by the mango tree is yours, but your brother, from the pear tree down to the mango tree and past the breadfruit tree, that's his. It doesn't work like that. The law is very clear. You can't give land orally. It has to be in writing. And so that is one of the things that you have to ensure you have a will for, to pass land. Now, when it comes to the entertainers particular, yes, you have your land, you have your bank accounts, you have your insurance policies. I know JAMS has a group policy for other persons who are part of JAMS and members of JAMS. But what we also want you to think about is how complicated administration of your estates are when you have the royalties, for example. Because the royalties, as I said earlier, is a gift that keeps on giving, which is very good for your beneficiaries and the persons you've left behind. But they really need some guidance. So, for instance, at the department, we have persons did leave wills for some of the estates that we administer, the entertainers, but some of them have gotten acrimonious, and so the court has appointed us to focus on the estate and administer. There are others where the executor has died, or the executor decides this is crosses, I'm just going to give it to the Administrator General because the beneficiaries won't get along. And we are there for that purpose. We have institutional knowledge. The Administrator General has been around from the 1800s. So we have history of knowing what to do. So we are not opposed to being appointed as executors of an estate where we have entertainers or any other member of society. We actually have an intellectual property branch. And we have one because, as you would know, in this field, it's a very highly legal field, and there are a lot of legal intricacies involved. And so we have the intellectual property branch, and there are instances because, as you know, there are cross-border issues. Not all the assets are located locally. You have our collection management agencies in Germany, we have some in France, we have some in England, we have some in the US, we have some in Canada. And so we do a lot of cross-border work. And so sometimes we have to hire attorneys in other jurisdictions to assist us in collecting the assets. And it's as I said, it can get intricate, but it's not something that you aren't able to do and your beneficiaries aren't able to do if you provide them with some good guidance. And that's why I might sound repetitive, but I want to enforce the importance of having an inventory of what you own. I was speaking with Mr. Mullins from JAMS yesterday, and he said, sometimes persons come to him whilst alive and they're not sure what they own, what are their rights in each work that they may have done. There's no list of all the work that they have done. And that's important for us to prepare whilst we're alive to make the administration process easier. It also helps us to ensure that when we are collecting the royalties, or if we see an opportunity to exploit your work by giving persons licensings and permission to use your work in any other form to adapt it, that we know exactly what you own. And so we encourage persons to not look at it as something that I will do it later. That's our culture when it comes to estate planning, and it's something that we need to do now. So I'll pause right now to find out if there are any questions from persons. And if not, I can tell you quite a bit more of how it is you can put your house in order as an entertainer in this Reggae Month.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Carter. What we're going to do is we're going to ask you to stick around because later on, we are going to be taking all the questions because we're going to be having some media personalities as well who will be participating in the question and answer section. So I'm going to ask you to stick around, listen in, and then be prepared to respond to those questions when they're asked later on. All right, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sure we would all have learned a lot from it so far, and we expect to hear some more when we start answering the questions. We're going to move now to the remarks by the Honorable Olivia Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. Now, unfortunately, the Minister has been having some challenges with the camera, so while we won't be able to see her, we will definitely hear her. I mean, I think probably because I said before, every time I see her, I want to sing. Probably that's why the camera not working, so I don't have to sing. So, Minister, you're online. We're going to ask you to do your opening remarks, now.
Are you hearing me?
Definitely, Minister. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yes.
And I'm looking at you.
Okay.
On my phone.
Oh, okay. All right, then.
And you're looking good.
Yeah,
hello, everyone. The Estate Planning and Pension Symposium is a labor of love by my ministry, Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, which is organized through the Entertainment Division. This event was born out of our commitment to working towards a formally organized and data-driven entertainment industry. The Entertainment Division of the ministry recorded the death of 19 Jamaican reggae and dancehall artists between September 1, 2016 and September 1, 2017. An estimated 40 to 50% of who died in the interstate or needed support for funeral expenses. It is within this context that the ministry, through the Entertainment Division, convened in 2017 the first Wills, Pensions and Estate Planning Seminar for the entertainment industry. So today's symposium is the fourth installment in our Estate Planning for Creative Practitioners series. The COVID-19 pandemic is a harsh reminder of our mortality and the financial vulnerability of the cultural and creative industries. We continue to heed these warnings and have sought to provide Jamaican creatives with the requisite knowledge so that they can put their houses in order. In our culture, sometimes the subject of estate planning and will preparation is approached with varying degrees of apprehension. Some of us are superstitious and believe that talking about these matters may bring bad luck. I'm here to remind you that by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. So let us not consider these conversations as dead argument or anything that will salt you up. We have to approach estate planning with the same importance that we assign to our driver's license, our passport renewal, or our statutory obligations. In light of COVID-19, the ministry conducted an industry-wide survey which revealed that 95.5% of the 320 respondents experienced loss of income due to the pandemic, and the average estimated total financial loss of income for the month of March 2020 was $1.6 million Jamaican dollars for micro entrepreneurs. That's for small entrepreneurs. In fact, the Rebuild Jamaica COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force 2020 report indicates that the total estimated level of economic activity of the entertainment, culture, and creative industries is 84.1 billion Jamaican dollars. And this excludes economic activity generated from intangibles such as trademarks, music catalogs, and images. Let me be very clear. Entertainment is big business. For far too long, many persons external to the entertainment industry have been working under the misapprehension that the entertainment sector is entirely informal. That is not so. The entertainment, culture, and creative industries have been and will continue to be long after COVID as very significant economic driver of domestic and international growth. I've shared these figures with you so that you may begin to quantify the economic impact of COVID-19 and understand the importance of estate planning in these most uncertain times. This seminar will put you in an informed position to make the most appropriate arrangements for your estate. Putting our houses in order is a matter of life, perhaps even more than it is about death. This means that we must also consider the matter of formal participation in the organization of the entertainment industry. I'm going to urge everyone to consider joining an entertainment industry or association or a union. I also want to encourage all members of the entertainment fraternity to register with the ministry's entertainment registry. This national registry of entertainment practitioners, which we call the e-registry, is a single repository of information on culture and creative practitioners. When fully operational, it will act as a central portal for listing Jamaican entertainment service providers and companies, including their key profile and contact information. This is not just a ploy to collect data from the entertainment industry. The e-registry has an array of useful benefits. Many times, members of the entertainment fraternity complain about the seeming lack of facilities for entertainment practitioners when these facilities are ready and waiting for you. These facilities are accessible through registration with the e-registry at the ministry. Some of the facilities include: 1, free movement accessibility through visa attestation letters; 2, access to the CARICOM single market and economy skills certificate work permit attestation letters, which gives you access to the CARICOM market; 3, productive input relief, and this allows relief for the production of primary products and the manufacture of goods, which also includes the creative arts. This includes goods imported as raw or intermediate materials, equipment and parts, packaging materials, and consumables. This facility allows for access to duty-free. In simple language, this facility allows for access to duty-free importation of equipment related to the practice of entertainment, your tools of trade. In registering with the e-registry, you also have access to receive sponsorship. And number 5, you will have access to grant funding for events, for film, for dance, or music production once approved by the ministry's sponsorship committee and signed off by the permanent secretary. A 6th access that is useful in being on the e-registry is that you would qualify as an artist ambassador. The Artist Ambassador Program fosters access to participation in overseas entertainment activities once approved by the Entertainment Advisory Board and the permanent secretary. And number 7, event extensions. The e-registry exists to help to rationalize the entertainment industry for greater economic benefit. The registry also assists with the authentication of the legitimacy of entertainment practitioners. There are significant economic benefits to practitioners through a regional customs exemption regime, tools of trade, and other incentives, especially those derived from the Economic Partnership Agreement, EPA, and other trade development agreements. The Entertainment Registry is a facility that we have streamlined to make it easier for you, our creatives, to do business. I want to make it clear again that these facilities are available for individual entertainment practitioners as well as entertainment companies. All practitioners within the cultural and creative industries covering film, fashion, dance, music, visual and the performing arts are welcome to register. We work hard to maintain and fine-tune these facilities so that you can easily access them. So let me state, the duty-free tools of trade, that is equipment imported through the Productive Input Relief Program, are not to be purchased solely for resale. The equipment must be used in registered business for company applicants and for individual use only. Persons found in breach may be subject to prosecution. At this time, accessing this facility involves a very simple process whereby your fiscal incentives application is processed by the ministry, which is then submitted to the Jamaica Customs Agency and the Tax Administration of Jamaica. The registration process has been continuously streamlined, and I'm happy to announce that the entire process is electronic. The links to the forms may be accessed on our website, mcges.gov.jm, or you may email us at registry mcges.gov.jm, and we will be happy to assist you. I would like to thank our presenters for agreeing to collaborate with the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport for estate planning and pensions for Creative Symposium. I know you all may have hectic virtual schedules, but I'd like to thank you all for your dedication and service to nation building. To our audience, to our practitioners out there, rest assured that your minister is lobbying for a formally organized and united data-driven entertainment industry. An industry whose practitioners' affairs are in order regardless of the level at which the practitioner operates. We will continue to register our interest in your well-being in every possible way. And I ask that you strive to be the best professional in your areas of discipline, and that you continue to contribute to Brand Jamaica. Reggae music is at the center of Brand Jamaica, and we are all proud to be Jamaicans. Thank you, PS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, as usual, your presentation was quite on point. I'm hoping that you'll be able to join us later when we have the question and answer segment. I don't know if you're able to stay until that time, but if not, please join us when we have the question and answer segment. We're going to move quickly now to Mr. Herbie Miller, Musical Director at the Institute of Jamaica, and he'll be speaking on the topic, the willingly will-less. Mr. Miller?
Good evening, PS.
Evening, how you do?
Good evening, Minister. I'm fine, thank you. And good evening, fellow hosts and an audience, wherever you may be. I don't think you're all able to see me, but I do hope you're all able to hear me.
Loud and clear.
Good. Well, I just want to use my own experience in the music industry and the creative industry in general, my relationship to many in those industries, both the creative and the music industry, and to call on my memory, anecdotes, and like I started out by saying, my experience in seeing the eventualities of many of us in this industry. Some of us have been able to rebound. Some of us, too many, if not most, have not been able to. So first, let me address the benefits of membership in organizations such as JARIA, Java, and in particular, the Music Union. Because too many times when members of our fraternity run into problems, it is to these organizations that they turn, too many of whom aren't members. And when encouraged to do so, frown on it and come up with all sorts of reasons, as Minister just said, as though the government or the system is trying to figure out how much they have and where it is to tax them. But paying tax is a part of that investment in your welfare, because your taxes go into places such as the National Housing Trust and the National Insurance and health benefits that the government provide, however weak it may be. It helps to make these things stronger, and we are the ones that benefit, we the people. We cuss about the roads and all of that, but if we all don't pay taxes, we won't have roads, among other things that our taxes go toward. On the personal level, it's about time we start to talk to advisors in the various financial institutions. And today is not like yesterday when we, the people, were sold life insurance that you benefit when you die. And others understood what stocks and bonds and investments and so on were all about. We all know these days. And many of our institutions, financial institutions, private banking institutions, are offering to all of us Jamaicans, at home and abroad, opportunities to buy stocks, etc., and etc. I know it might be a bit mind-boggling for some of us, but there must be someone that you trust to help to guide you, to have these sorts of securities to carry you through life, through your old age, when you can't sing and jump and dance and prance and play instruments anymore. Real estate is an easy one. Many of us in this industry will make sufficient money to deal with that. I don't touch saving account, but for dire emergencies. And of course, to contribute to the National Housing Trust and the National Insurance. In other words, as this symposium is all about estate planning. The young lady at the beginning, when I picked up, was talking about just wills and these sorts of things. And yes, Minister, too many of us are afraid about this idea of dying. And he not busy being born is busy dying. So if we're not busy trying to stay alive, we'll be busy dying. So we ought to invest in these things. Where the last seminar such as this, we learned much about NHT, for example, which I did not realize would assist in building something like a ramp for your home when you're in a wheelchair, among other things. I thought it was just to borrow money or get out some of your money with some of theirs to buy a little ranch. No, had I known that, I would buy a ramp at my yard long time, among other things that we benefit from the National Housing Trust. So where do we put our money as we are young and traveling the world, touring, and so on? Motor car. All kinds of fancy motor cars. Woman and baby mothers. Women and baby mothers. Some of us laugh when foreigners say, so how much picnic you have? And you said 3. Them say, you sure you're Jamaican? Because everybody have 19 and 52. But some of us really, just have a couple, 3, 4. So here comes again as a young, I think she's an attorney who spoke when I just got on. The baby mothers who, when you die, the 2 and 3 wife turn up, 2 fathers turn up, all kinds of joke business that had we been more scrupulous in our behavior, that sort of thing would not have happened. So we glorify bling and hype and top shelf liquor that you can't even pronounce what it is. And you mix it with all kinds of other things that I wonder sometimes how we don't just explode with all that mixture. Rather than, nothing wrong with a nice sip every now and again. But we get too carried away and then we shake the bottle and fly the bubbles and wake up each other. And the money is flying out the top of these bottles. Gold chain, 100 pairs of shoes, knockoff designer, imitation outfits, among other things. As to the cell phone, every time the latest one comes out, we all have to get it. It really makes no sense. I tell you why. I hope Minister sitting down. Because too many superstar, big star, genius, and icons, when that final moment arrives, it's straight up to minister office. Too many of them wife and girlfriend and children and brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers. I say, minister, carry on my body for me now. You know what I'm doing for the country? What did he do for himself and his family is the bigger question. Or we have to pass the hat around. And it's shameful on us contributing a little to that hat, as it certainly is on the family who benefits from what goes in the hat. Frankie Campbell up at Java does a fantastic job at helping older musicians, especially those who are in need of health care, and particularly when they pass on. But get us to support Java. No, we do not. Get us to support Jaria, and the membership there is not what it ought to have been. And yet, we're up and down with the biggest spliff among other things that destroy us. And when we die, there is no heaven because we did not prepare to go there. So I urge, and I know it sounds harsh and it sounds hard, but who are we if we stay quiet and don't speak out about the ills that we observe, in spite of who might not like to hear it? We are just as bad as they are. So I'm not afraid to talk out. And I hope that the rest of us who are guilty of the things I speak about will look into themselves and figure out, how can I start now? Because it's never too late. You'll be surprised, it's never too late. So again, I urge all of us to be part of the union in particular, because when the custom and the immigration hold us abroad with the spliff, the first person you call is minister office and then the union office. We cannot operate like that. If we really want to be taken seriously as an industry by the PSOJ, who have in the past finally stretched out a hand to us, then we're going to have to start conducting ourselves with the sort of acumen and dignity, at least those two, so that we are taken seriously as an industry. So I will stop at that, and there may be questions and criticisms that I am ready for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The questions, and I'm not so sure about the criticisms, because you went straight to the point, and those persons who feel away is because you step on them can, eh? But we're not going to take any questions now. What we're going to do, we're going to move straight into the next presentation. I'm going to ask you to hold on, because at the end of all of the presentations, we're going to be taking the questions, and I'm sure there'll be some there for you. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Miller.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Our next presenter is going to be Miss Dorothy Morris, and she's an NIS inspector at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And of course, she's going to be speaking about the NIS funeral grant and pensions. Ms. Morris?
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Hearing you loud and clear.
Well, evening, actually, 6 o'clock as well.
Yes, evening now.
Right. Yes, thanks for the invitation, and thanks for the opportunity to share on national insurance. And Mr. Thorpe did a beautiful job in this introduction of NIS. So before I go to the pensions and funeral grants, I'd just like to give you an introduction of what NIS is about in a nutshell. So the National Insurance Scheme is a compulsory contributory funded social security scheme covering all employed persons in Jamaica. It is administered under the National Insurance Act, and it offers some financial protection, as Mr. Thorpe said in his opening, not a full package, but offers some financial protection to the worker and his or her family against loss of income arising from injury on the job, sickness, retirement, and death of the breadwinner. All persons between the ages of 18 and 70 who earn an income are required to be registered with and contribute to the National Insurance Scheme. And the insurable population includes employed persons, self-employed persons, and voluntary contributors. And I know for the entertainment industry, I know that these persons will be classified as self-employed persons. So specifically to look at pensions, and before we can go for somebody to apply for a pension, as the introduction says, it is a contributory scheme. So for someone to benefit, there must be a contributor or some contributions made. However, if there's a couple and one person did not contribute and the other was a contributor, if that person passed off, then the surviving spouse can benefit from the contributions that were made. So there are some benefits that comes under the National Insurance Scheme, which we also put under the heading of pensions. So qualifications for these pension benefits are determined by the number of contributions made to the scheme during your working years. Am I still on?
Yes, ma'am, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, all right, because I was checking in the chat. Somebody was asking if I was ready. Okay, so one of the pension benefit that we'll look at this time is the invalidity benefit. And we know that in Jamaica or even over the world, we have what we call lifestyle diseases. You know, people are young and energetic and they do not pay attention to their health until one day something happens and you realize that you're diagnosed with one of these lifestyle diseases like cancer, some heart disease, and you get a stroke. So any one of those illnesses can render you incapable of working. And we know especially for those persons who get a severe stroke, take you really a long time to come back. So if someone is diagnosed with one of these medical conditions, the person would have to be out of employment for at least 6 months. And the doctor would have to make the diagnosis to say, as a result of your illness, then you won't be able to continue in employment. And since we are in the entertainment industry, let's say you get that stroke and it affects your speech, then you won't be able to sing. So you will be able to live off your recordings, get your royalties, but you wouldn't be able to take part in a live performance. So as long as you were making contributions to the National Insurance Scheme and you're incapacitated for more than 6 months, then you can always make an application for invalidity benefit. And we also have widows and widowers, meaning that if either party passes off, and as long as their contributions were made, then the surviving spouse can claim. So if it is a male who died, the female can claim. And if it's a female who died, the male, of course, can claim. But one party would have to be a contributor to claim, for the benefit to be paid. And we also have orphans benefit. This all comes under pension. It might sound off, but it all comes under the pension scheme. So, and this we know that if both parents are deceased, and at least one parent would have to be a contributor. And we know in Jamaica, at times we see where we have murder, suicide. And because of this, children are left without parents. Sometimes it can be a motor vehicle accident or any other form of illness or something that can take both parents and leave children under the age of 18. And then some other guardian will have to fill the role of parenting. So in this case, as long as one of the parties who died was a contributor, a benefit can be paid out. And I would want to say, especially if there are children and they have to be separated one person cannot take care of maybe say 3 children, and one person will not be able to take care of all 3 children, then if they are separated, each guardian can make their own claim. So it's not a one benefit for all. So all 3 benefits, all 3 applications can be made for each child. And we also have special child's benefits, and this is where the mother is deceased and the father's whereabouts is unknown. So whoever has legal guardian for the child or children can make this claim. Still under pensions, and we have for the retirement, and this is the one that most of us aspires to reach. Retirement age, yes, after our labor, we toil, we want to sit back, relax, and enjoy the fruit of our labor. And I would just allude to what Mr. Thorpe said in his opening. Some persons, when they hear NIS, they just think of a small, sweetie money, but the sweetie money has its place, and it can fill a gap. So the onus is really on us to put something else aside so that the sweetie money can make up to buy a bread. So the retirement benefits, applicant must attain the retirement age, or what we call the deemed retirement age specified by the National Insurance Act. So if a male retires at age 65, as long as they have enough contributions that can calculate a pension, they are free to apply. But if they're still feeling fit and they can jump up and down, probably like Elephant Man, and they feel like they can go on and they still want to make their contributions, they can go up to age 70. And female has also joined that rank of going up to age 70 in the retirement category. So females who were born after April 1956 will definitely have to be 65 to apply for their pension. But if they were born before that, then it ties in with their date of birth. And I know that the entertainment industry has more male than females, but we will see how that goes when it comes on to applying for their benefits. And we really hope that they're making some conscious effort to make their contributions to the scheme. So as Mr. Miller was saying, that sometimes when they passes off, then the hat will have to be passed around. So if they really make some conscious decisions and take responsibility, take charge to ensure that they are making their contributions, then this can be avoided when they pass off. And their relatives won't have to be feel ashamed to know that their once popular or once well-known entertainer is living from hand to mouth and pass off and getting a pauper's funeral. So the onus is really on us, on the entertainers in their prime and their youthful exuberance, yes, to take charge, take responsibility of your contributions and your planning as it comes on to your financials. So when we come to the calculation of the pension for the retirement, it actually is done over 3 levels. So we have what is called a half rate, 3/4 rate, and a full rate. So the rate is that for a full rate is you would have to contribute at least for 39 years. And for 3/4, you'd have to contribute for at least 26 to 38 years. And for the half rate, 10 to 25. And if you did not fall in any of those categories, then you would be paid what is called a grant, which is a one-off benefit. That means you did not contribute enough to get a lifetime pension. So you just get a one-off payment, which we call a grant. So we are encouraging, especially the younger entertainers, to make a conscious decision while time is now and while the energy is still there, while you're still in your mental faculty is still in place, look at where you want to be financially after your retirement. What is it that you aspire to be, or what is it that you would want to be financially? Would you want to be a dependent, or would you want to be on the opposite side of that, where you can assist somebody instead of being a dependent on somebody else? So the onus is really on them, the entertainers, to make use of the opportunity that presents itself now. So that is it for pensions. And I see where we have a break. I'm not sure if that is still in place before we go to the funeral grants.
No, just finish up with the funeral grant, Ms. Morris.
Okay. So the funeral grant, no. So the funeral grant is a benefit, it's a one-off benefit, which is payable on the death of the contributor. So whether the person who died was in receipt of one of the benefits which I mentioned, which is invalidity, widowers, then the person who passes off and the person who is making the claim, whether it be a spouse or a sibling or a child, then as long as the person was a contributor, a funeral grant can be paid. And currently the amount is $90,000. And people will always quick to say, $90,000 can't bear nobody. But especially in this COVID season, we see where that big funerals are not of the essence. Big funerals are not necessary. The $1 million funerals are not necessary anymore. So we see where $90,000 can be really of a great help in putting away someone who really did not leave much behind. So if the deceased was already, just repeating, it was already in receipt of a NIS pension, the qualifying conditions are automatically satisfied for the payment of the funeral grant. And likewise, if the spouse of a NIS pensioner dies, the qualifying conditions are also satisfied. And the contributor who has made contributions that satisfies the qualifying conditions for a pension upon death, and where the deceased has not satisfied any qualifying conditions, but the spouse has, the funeral grant is payable. So even though I said that the NIS is a contributory scheme, there you have a little flip, meaning that if the entertainer who died did not contribute to the NIS scheme, but the spouse is a contributor or a pensioner, a funeral grant can be paid based on their pension status or their contribution status, whichever one is in place at the time. So the spouse, if it is a spouse, can be a marriage, will have to be at least 3 years, and common law for at least 5 years to qualify. That's one of the qualifying conditions. And they would also have to have the undertaker's receipt or invoice. So if the person died last week and you visit the funeral home and you do not have the money at the time, but you go into an arrangement as to how much the funeral will cost, you'll be provided what is called an invoice, give you a breakdown of the cost of the funeral. So you can use that in the initial stage if you're applying for the benefit. However, the benefit is payable, then will require that you present the receipt for the amount of money that you have paid towards the funeral. And of course, we're also going to need the proof of death, because this is what's going to tell us that this person really died. And we're also going to need, if the person is getting a pension through pension order book, as long as one of that is in place, then we're definitely going to need the pension order book. Or otherwise, that amount that is out there in the book, if it does not come in, it will be deducted from the $90,000. So the application forms, which I'm not planning any funeral for any entertainer, but the application forms are on the ministry's website, which is www.mlss.gov.jm. And they're also available at every parish office, because we have an office in every parish. So if for any reason the entertainer lives out of Kingston and St. Andrew and passes off, then their family members can visit any one of the parish offices to be assisted with these documents. And also, as I said, it is online. So, and then when you put in that there is, unfortunately, we don't have a stipulated time frame. It really should be like within, we really hope that we could pay it within like 2 weeks, but sometimes it really takes longer than that. And I hope that in the future it will be fast track like a Sagicor, but we're getting there. Someday we'll get there. So again, as I said, a funeral grant is a one-off payment and it is paid by check. And of lately, we also been paying by direct deposit. So if you supply us with a bank account, the money can be transferred to the account as well. And each applicant, that is when you're making the application online or in person, you're also required to present a valid ID, which can be a passport, a driver's license, and also TRN. So I hope everybody will live to see the end of 2021. We don't have any entertainers fast enough or any members that is within our audience this afternoon. We want to live to see the end of 2021. So we're not planning any funeral. So that is it for funeral grants until you get back to me with your questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Morris. And
thank you too.
And we hope to get back to you, as you said, with questions later on when we go into the question and answer segment.
Okay then.
All right. So our next presentation, you know, I work in a very creative ministry. You know, this next presentation is entitled Brick Pan Brick. And we're not talking about Skillibeng song. We're talking about NHT and the creative sector. And you see immediately how the Brick Pan Brick fits in. And today we have Mr. Joanza Hall, Marketing and Sales Officer at the National Housing Trust. And he's going to be doing that presentation for us about Brick Pan Brick, the NHT and the creative sector. Mr. Hall?
Yes, good day. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good Honorable Oliver Grange, good evening. And all the panelists that are here, good evening. Brick Pan Brick. What a theme that you gave us, huh? But it's rightfully stated, the NHT builds on bricks, basically. And we push for persons to be more inclined to take on the contribution part of the NHT, to jump on the good wagon, to brick on brick. So really, on behalf of the NHT, we really have pleasure to empower our fellow Jamaicans with the necessary information to pursue their home ownership goals. As you said, brick pan brick. How does that bond in with the National Housing Trust now? Our mandate is really to increase the housing stock in Jamaica. Houses aren't built with just sand. It involves some brick. But while at the same time, for our creative society, we want everyone to understand that it will take that same phase by phase process to which we do to build a house, the same concept it takes with the NHT and being a member of the NHT to reach that home ownership goal. In essence, we really want to improve your lives, right? That's our aim. So we offer the lowest interest rates and we offer housing that is affordable for most, if not all. And at the same time, if it is that person are not interested to get onto like our scheme units, our scheme units, it is a case whereas we will offer through different avenues. And what we'll do tonight is basically give you a brief synopsis of how you can access your NHT or be a part of the NHT and get access to your homeowner, to be a homeowner. What we do at the NHT, we provide loans to buy, build, or repair. right? And again, just to increase the housing stock across Jamaica. But for the creative group, in a sense, you want to know, how is it that I'm going to benefit from the NHT? Why should I contribute to the NHT? Right? And even if it is that I have benefited before, how can I basically access another benefit from the NHT? All right, the NHT is really funded through 3 different categories: the employed, the self-employed, and even voluntary contributors. For the creative groups, the majority will fall under the self-employed. So in light of this, you're registered at the tax office, right? So the tax office does the registration, and what you pay over to the NHT is really 3%. That is 3% of the amount that you declare, right? Voluntary contributors now really speaks to persons who are not by law mandated to pay, like persons, Jamaicans living overseas and want to contribute to the NHT to access a benefit, they can do so, and they will also pay 3%. But for that category of workers, they will have to basically pay those amounts directly to the NHT and register at the NHT itself. Now, to be a contributor is either of the 3 categories you have to fit in. Again, for the creative group, it's more than likely to self-employed, right? So you have to get yourself registered at the tax office, where they will ask for you to declare your income, and then you will be required, dependent how much it is, the different taxes that you may be paying. With the NHT, just understand that you're investing in yourself. So when you make a contribution to the NHT, after 52 weekly contributions, you are able to access funding for your own home. You get me? So you don't look at NHT as a tax. It is amounts that you will be paying, and you're looking towards that future of owning your own home, because that is the aim. And this whole estate planning, you have to have something to be a part of your estate so that you can start, so you plan. So the more, while you're on earth now and you're working tirelessly, you want to own your own home. You don't want a landlord keeps knocking on your door. You get me? So every time you make your payment to the NHT, understand that I'm making these contributions because at some point I want to get access to the NHT benefit. And for the young entertainers, understand we accept for you to register from age 18 years old, right? From 18 to 70 can actually benefit from the NHT. But what I can also say is that the earlier you start the process, the better it is for you, right? The earlier you start, the better it is for you, because what happens is you get 40 years to repay. So watch where I'm going now. From 18 to 30 years old, you get 40 years to make a repayment. So in a case where you reach 31, the number of years to pay back start diminishing. So you go to 39. So less years to pay, there is a higher monthly payment. So the earlier you start, the better it is for you. All right? So why without NHT all the time? We can't stop, because NHT offer the lowest interest rate, right? We offer the lowest interest rate at as low as 0%. This is dependent, of course, on your income wage, right? So if your income band, so if it is that you fall between the minimum wage and $15,000, 0%. If your weekly income is between $15,000 and $30,000, 0%. If it is $30,000 to $42,000, 2%. And if you're earning above $42,000, it is still as low as 4%. So if it is that we offer the lowest interest rate, the lowest, and when you reach that level where you start planning now towards estate, and if you never take up your benefit, at 55 years, we give you 2% discount on all these interest rates. Of course, we're not going below 0. So the last amount of 42,000 and over, you get up to at 2% when you're 55 years and over for your interest rate. And that is really, really low, right? And again, remember, we offer a maximum of 40 years for repayment. Now, our benefit lies for persons who we really look at first-time homeowners, right? Where we talk about buy or build. And for persons who have already benefited from the NHT, we give you a little time to live and enjoy your property. And then we say, all right, you can improve it over 15 years, right? If you are part of the entertainment group and you started early, that's why we push a person, start the process early, right? So you can get into the home ownership thing early. These things create not only wealth, but it creates legacy and comfort when you have your own place. Now, when you buy, when we look at NHT buying, and this is for only first-time homeowners now. If you buy something on the open market, right, you get up to $6.5 million. That's the cap. But if you and your partner, or you and anyone else who is a contributor to the NHT can couple, and that will bring up to $13 million, right? Now, some person might not want to buy an already made house, but they want the lot, the house lot, and then they build. So we offer loans for that as well. We offer a house lot loan, which is $2.5 million, right? And you get the remaining amount to build. So you will get $4 million to build when you already taken 2.5 for the purchase of your house lot. Now, with everything that we do, we look at two, because when we look at the marketplace and we realize the value of property. So in essence, if you get 2.5 times 2, which is 5 million to buy a piece of land, and the remainder of 8 million to build, that can easily build a 2-bedroom unit. And one other thing I must remind person that when you look at this, is really not, sometimes you can't really look at the glitz and the glam, but look at what you can afford. Start small, grow big. That's the brick on brick sort of process that we look at. Don't think about the mansion, right? Because when you purchase, you're actually building equity. That same building, if you buy it for 10 million or 6.5 million, within 2, 3, 4 years, the value goes up. And the value goes up, allowing you. So if you want to purchase a second, you have more money in one where you can sell and buy again. So what I always say, your first home is not necessarily your last, right? And you just need to focus on the fact that you need to acquire, get a piece of Jamaica, man. We sing about it all the time, but we want our little piece of Jamaica, our little piece of land. You understand? So we look at the build on own land. Let's say you had a piece of land, you bought a piece of land on your own, and you wanted funding to build on it. Yes, you can get up to $6.5 million to build. And why you hear continue saying up to, because it depends on your affordability. Because we have to look at how much you're earning so that we know that you can actually pay the loan, right? So that's why we use the term up to. Once you can afford it, of course, you'll get up to the 6.5, and 2 person will get $13 million. In regards to construction loan, again, it's the remainder of the amount, the difference between the lot that you bought and the entitlement that you can receive. Now, if persons have benefited already from the NHT, I mentioned you can get a home improvement, a 15+ loan. Now, 15+, basically speaking, to if it is that you've gotten the loan for at least 15 years ago, you can get access to a home improvement loan of $2.5 million. This is basically to spruce up your unit, to make it look a little bit, you know, you want to change your tile, you want to change your kitchen, whichever, you can do that. Now, some musician might have already purchased a house through other means, and they're contributing to the NHT. And I said, boy, I haven't benefited from the NHT, you know. Your money can still benefit from the NHT. You can get up to $2.5 million for home improvement as well. Now, how else we can finance a home. Because if it is, when we look at the housing market and we look at the prices of houses, the NHT give a cap of 6.5, right? We look at it and we then say, if it is that someone is thinking about a unit that costs more than such, we have a joint finance program to access NHT loan through participating financial institutions. Like, in fact, all the institutions, NCB, Sagicor Bank, Sagicor Life, Scotia, First Caribbean, JMB, all of those, and BMBS and JN as well, all of those institutions partner with the NHT so that you can access to more, right? So let's say if it is that you can afford more, that is, if you go to JN and they say that you cannot get up to $10 million, what they'll do, you'll get the NHT portion at the NHT's interest rate and the remaining at their interest rate, right? You can also link with other financial institutions. That's what we call a par pursue arrangement, right? So it's really a legal agreement between the two institutions. And the difference between it and the joint finance is that at the joint finance is a one-stop shop. You go to JN does everything. You don't have to come to the NHT. So we have that arrangement with them so that basically you don't have to run up and all over the place. You can just stick to that institution and get all of what you want to get done, right? Now, I think this is what a lot of persons might identify NHT with sometimes when you say NHT scheme, right? And NHT scheme units. And then synonymously you might hear points following it. Now, the NHT is faced with a mandate to provide housing and large amounts as well. And we stay steadfast to this program to ensure that we allow all our most Jamaicans who seek to own a home to have access to such. So we have the PI system, what we call a priority index entitlement, what it is really. Now, when NHT has a development and we have like 140 units out, what will happen, we'll get up to maybe 2,000-3,000 people applying for that. And when 2,000 people applying, then we are faced with how is it then you're going to select these persons? So the priority index entitlement really looks at the parish to which the development is. If it is the person live and or work within that parish, they are served with a priority. Then we look at how long the person been working. And you earn 20 points per every 52 weeks. And the latter will look at if it is that you can afford it. Why we have to do it this way? Because we have to find a route to which to select individuals. And this is done automatically, right? So some of the things that persons, the earlier start contributing, the better it is for you, right? It is something that you have to really, really look at. And if it is that you have housing to be a part of your goal and your desire, it's going to take discipline. It's really going to take discipline. So whilst we offer the best offerings there is as in interest rate and the developments that we are putting out as well, I must say it boils down to the person who is holding the handle, which is you. You are the one that needs to start contributing. You are the one that needs to ensure that your contributions are paid on time. You are the one that probably needs to save towards a deposit if you're buying something on the open market. Because these are the things that are going to matter most, the things that you have handled on. The financial part is very simple. Once you contribute for 1 year consecutively without any late payments, the access is yours, right? And then, right, at this, as we speak, we have a scheme being advertised today, right? Silverstone Estate Phase 2. And persons who are interested can go online and apply because it ends on the 18th and you want to be a part of that pool. Let's say if you don't apply, you really do have a chance. Right? And guess what with the scheme now? Guess the big thing about the scheme? It's 100% financing. You know, 100% financing mean? It means if your salary can afford what the scheme comes out at, or as long as it's within $50 million, and these units are within, NHT will give you that entire amount. You get what I'm saying? So for anything on the open market, it is capped at 6.5. But our scheme units, the arrangement, once it's within $15 million, we will give you the entire amount. The only cost you pay is really $3,500 for processing. But, and again, you have to remember how we did the selection as well. But you need to, first, if it is that you're not contributing, start contributing. You don't want these sort of situation arise again and say, I could have, and I just didn't have the chance because you did not contribute, right? And then, lastly, I just want to leave with you guys that we at the NHT are committed to providing you with all the guidance that you may need, right? One, if it is that you need to get registered, we will assist you with that, right? We will assist you getting your registration, and then you make your payments at the tax office. We're doing that now. So that is information that you can look forward to, right? And we just remember we give the lowest interest rate to buy, build, or improve. Remember, the brick from brick is really we'll look at it as a phase by phase process. You plan. So even when you're ready to build, you know you really have to have a plan. Because if you're ready to build without the plan, NHT won't be able to assist you because you have to get that approved by the municipal. So again, everything is a phase by phase process, but it starts by you contributing. When you contribute, you wait for that year, you can access the benefit. When you're ready to access the benefit, you basically start looking for your housing. And trust me, saving is a big part of it because you can't negotiate without. If you have funds in your pocket, you can give an argument. Without it, you can't. All right? And just for persons who need contact information for myself, it's 829-0260. That's 876-829-0260. And that's my WhatsApp. And you can always email me. The email address is Jawanza, that's JYWANZA, Hall, HALL, at nht.gov.jm. And there ended our lovely presentation. And I hope everybody is well informed, and I'm here for the questions and any additional information you may need thereafter.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Hall. Very informative, as you indicated. We're going to move, so we thank you very much, and as you said, we're going to come back to you for a question and answer. You'll notice that I have no company with me. We have Mr. Lemar James, Financial Advisor at the Caribbean Assurance Brokers Limited, and Mr. James is going to do a presentation on insurance for creative. Welcome, Mr. James.
Thank you.
Good to have you with us. You can go straight into your presentation.
It's safe. All right. To the Honorable Minister and the team at Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. Oh, yes. I just want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, for coming to share. Presenters who went before, I just want to say thank you very much for assisting with the presentation, as well as the audience, both YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and whatever social media platform you're using. Just want to say good evening. As was introduced and said before, my name is Lemar James. I'm a financial advisor at Caribbean Assurance Brokers Limited. And tonight we'll be talking solely on just financial management for creatives, as well as looking at estate planning and pensions. Few things that we'll look at is we'll define estate planning, pensions, personal financial security, navigate threats to the threats that we face in entertainment industry, as well as we look at what is it that we consider to be our own personal financial goals, as well as how it is that Caribbean Assurance Brokers Limited can assist you, the creatives, in attaining your financial goals. So we often hear a thought that says the future is now. However, when it is that we hear this, we continue to think that the future is tomorrow, the future is 3 years from now, the future is 5 years from now. However, what it really is your future is now. Your financial future is today. It isn't yesterday. We can't sit down and dwell on what we did yesterday and say, boy, you know, I did spend that money there, I'm broke now. But what we can look at is what it is that we have now and how it is that we can set aside something out of whatever we have to ensure that we secure our tomorrow. So when we talk about pension, we're talking really about a retirement plan. And this retirement plan really, when you look at retirement planning, we look at the accumulation of wealth to provide income and financial security for your most productive years. And this is from your most productive years. So right now we're working, you know, right now we'll put out the tunes right now we'll make sure say we show up in whatever films we can show up in. And, you know, right now we show up in whatever music video we can show up in as dancers. However, what it is that we put aside and what is it that we're putting aside for tomorrow morning when it is that, you know, we can't show up in them films anymore because, hey, Botox don't work really too well for us. Or is it that we can't even show up because, as I think Herbie was saying earlier, that we look at NHT providing ramps, don't know we're reaching a wheelchair. We can't dance anymore. You know, what it is that we've put aside because we had to do a vocal surgery, and then after that, you know, we are left in a space where we can't even do anything. And then when we look at our pension and our retirement plan, we also have to consider estate planning. And for us, I look at estate planning as being your wealth preservation as well as wealth transfer. And it is a big thing. Administrator General can tell you, and I think she shared it earlier when she stated that, you know, a lot of persons don't set aside a will, and because you don't set aside a will, you know, you leave yourself exposed and your family is exposed to what it is that they now would have to do, bear the burden of waiting all 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I have a friend who lost his mother about 3 years ago, and to this day they're still trying to sort out the estate. Yes, she left a lot behind, but how it is that, you know, they ensured that everything was able to be achieved. So I want to introduce you to some of my friends. And my friend Mariah Carey, her voice is valued 35 million. Our great Caribbean sister, Rihanna, her legs is valued at 1 million US. Julia Roberts, who showed up in Pretty Woman with that great smile that captured all our hearts, her smile is worth 30 million US. The great Tina Turner, who will glide across a stage with her legs, and that's the only thing that you're seeing, and then you're also hearing her voice. Her legs are worth 1 million US. And of course, Bruce Springsteen, his voice is worth over 6 million US. What are your assets worth? That is the question I want you to think about today, and how it is that you can now put a worth on your assets. So there's an article that I read earlier on when I was preparing for this presentation, and the article titled "The COVID-19 Outbreak Brought Major Disruption to the Global Entertainment Industry." And the disruptions it brought, it also led us to an era where we can look and say, all right, there's now a shift in entertainment consumption. There's now a new thing called at-home entertainment. How is it that we cater to this at-home entertainment audience? Those are the things now we can now look at how it is that we make another buck from these people at home. Of course, we can now show them how it is that, you know, like for me the other day, I looked at my sister and I showed my sister a number of music videos that I enjoyed in the past, you know, and in that we find that a lot of our young people don't even understand a Dennis Brown, a Bob Marley, even so a Beres Hammond, who I think I went to Rebel Salute a couple years ago with my mother, and that is when I really and truly, sadly can say, I really appreciated Beres Hammond, because trust me, it was like, you know, an entire era of life coming together when I see persons older than me behaving the same way I would behave when I would see one of my artists on stage. Also, we look at the significant decline in revenues within the industry, and where it is that this decline is now channeling us to go. How it is that we know, instead of looking at the major companies that we need and that we used to ask for sponsorship, how it is that we can now utilize the internet to make money. As well as we look at content supply shortage. Are contents really short? Is it that the content is really short? Or do we now need to go back in our archives and now start uploading things to social media, uploading things to the internet? Those are ways that we can now look to capitalize on our assets and capitalize on what it is that we have out here. All right. So I want us all to think about this one question. Can you rely on your traditional income? Can you? I know I can't. And then, why is it that I know I can't rely on my traditional income? It's because my financial goals really and truly won't allow me to. I want to own a home. NHT just spoke to us a while ago about how it is that we can access this loan. So I want to own a home, you know, and how it is that we look at home ownership. I want to buy a nice car, but am I going to buy this car before I take control of all of my other financial goals that are at least and that we consider to be priority? Those are the things that we look at, and how it is that we can always, diversify our income, how it is that we can make some more money. So this is how we look at building wealth. The law of building wealth is basically decreasing your responsibility, which is your mortgage, the expenses that you will have, and in decreasing your responsibility, you will now look at increasing wealth. What are the different avenues you look at that will now see you making another dollar? What avenues do we look at that will now help us to generate more income and provide a safety net for myself and my family? That is how we look at the law of decreasing responsibility and building wealth. So look at this house. If you were to see this house, well, let me just ask the question. If the NHT was to give you this house and say, live in it, would you live in it? I'm sure we wouldn't, because I know for sure I would never live in this house. However, the harsh reality of life, as was said before, this is how we save. You know, we make $1, and as we make $1, we buy a big car. As we make $1, we buy a big house. As we make $1, some of us, if it is that we're exposed to it, we actually buy some stocks. However, this is the correct way for us to live in our house. We start with protection, which is where I come in. We at CAB are able to protect you and any other assets you have against all the risk that they may stand out there. So your protection, yes, you make $1 tomorrow morning, the first thing we look at is what are my financial goals, where it is that I'm heading, what it is that I want. And from there we look at life insurance that persons may have the perception that it is for when we die. Life insurance actually serves 4 major purposes. Death benefit is just one of them. There's one part that says estate planning and transfer. That is one aspect of life insurance. Life insurance actually also helps you to access lines of credit. Those big loans that you may look forward to when it is that you're looking to purchase a home. Life insurance gives you that safety net to buy that house. The credit cards that we swipe every day, you know, when we open a bank account, that's the first thing they want to give us, a credit card. There is a life insurance product that is assigned to a credit card. You don't know that because the bank doesn't tell you that. However, that is one thing that will protect you and your family against whatever risk that may come about in the event that you were to pass. So in that, we look at the protection. Protection also comes with a pension plan. protection comes with a critical illness plan, as well as protection comes with a health insurance. Nah, go say yo, the bush tea nah go work. But we all need to visit the doctor at some point. We must do so. And it is best to be secured with a health policy than not to be secured and sit and say, why, if me did know. As well as where your life insurance is concerned, and where your life insurance is concerned, it also helps you in transferring your estate from you, the deceased, to any other family member, as well as it helps you with the up to 25% that you will need to pay in taxes to release your estate, or that your family will need to pay to release your estate. Those are the safety net life insurance, health insurance, pension plans, and pension funds provide for you. So at Caribbean Assurance Brokers Limited, we provide and we offer the following: international life, health, and travel. And in our international division, what we do, we're able to afford you US health coverage, as well as US life coverage. We also have an employee benefits division that in this division, we cater to groups. So we're looking at, or Jaria, we're looking at Java. Groups like those, we now can create a policy for every member of this group. And the larger the group, the greater the benefit. I'm just putting it out there. However, it really doesn't matter the size group. As long as the group is over 5, we can create a policy for you. So our group insurance really caters to the groups, as well as we look at the Credit Union Gold Series that caters also to groups, and it is in partnerships with credit unions right across the country, as well as we look at our local individual life, health, and critical illness insurance products that we also offer. The greatest thing that I know that our creatives would love to cover is for those who play the guitar, you want to cover your guitar stuff, the cameras, anything, your motor car, your house, your keyboard. We cover that in our general department. And really what it is that we do with insurance is we take the risk from you and we put it on the insurer. So you spend, let's say, in my limited knowledge of what a guitar would cost, can somebody help? A lot of people look at estate as just being a big thing that is only for the rich man with 10 houses up the road. No. Whatever assets you have, the pen that you're holding on to right now that you purchased yesterday morning, that is also a part of your estate. So how it is that we move now, going forward, with all of this knowledge, it's all dependent on us. So Caribbean Assurance Brokers Limited is 15 plus in age. We've been around for over 15 years. We're a publicly listed company, as well as in that the makeup of our company affords us over 80 years of experience. And that is over 80 years of financial advisory experience. With our CEO being a former CEO at LOJ, as well as the staff makeup, really and truly is just one that brings you home. And our building in itself, even so, once it is that you enter it, it provides a homely feel. What we have done as well is that we've created a product that affords all our clients this one thing. Please look at this. Oh, this way. So we have a loyalty program that this loyalty program provides our clients with discounts right across the country. And it is not only discounts for medical facilities, but also discounts in also lifestyle activities. So And as our slogan say, we love to do business with you. Ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy this evening, and I look forward to hearing from you, whether through questions as well as when it is that we're doing our next policy. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Excellent presentation, just like the others. Now that we have completed the presentations, we're going to move. We're a bit stretched for time, so we're going to move quickly into the question and answer segment. Persons are asked to use the raise hand feature to be recognized, and then you can field your questions to whichever of the presenters that you would want to ask your questions. And we're going to start with those questions now. I figure probably some people already had their hands up before we reach this juncture. We want to also welcome members of the media in Jamaica, diaspora partners from the United States, London, and other parts of Europe, and linked on global networks and various platforms. The slogan for this is Reggae Month to the world. I need to do this. No, is that? So we have media partners from all over the world, and the questions are going to be coming in fast and furious.
What do you have in?
All right, we're going to take an entertainment break and then come right back. I won't be the one singing.
Perfume marijuana, won't you dance with me? I broke loose me otada, me mother girl me brava, but we got chemistry. Take no me number, call me for my cellular. You don't really shake me, we tell you what me ready for. You said these guys on me when you come, take it off me. Strip it off me, and oh, this year I made a resolution, yeah. Looking at my solution, yeah. Break through my shell and evolution. Already figure loose from them. You boys standing by the corner, a perfume marijuana. Won't you dance with me tonight? I broke loose me otada, me mother girl me proper, but we got chemistry.
Don't ask any question of the end.
Just move to the middle boy, come my way. Get jam to the queue, I'm giving you a display. Pull up and I beat them, Mr. DJ. Me ready when him ready, so give me a replay. Why you have to stand up over there? So me a wind up my waistline to the tempo. Everybody else not still with me. You boys standing by the corner, a perfume marijuana. Won't you dance with me tonight? I broke loose me otada, me mother girl me proper, but we got chemistry. You know you got me, baby. You should come on, come face me. I know I'm not the usual type that links you up at times, dropping you them spicy lines. You know you got me, baby. You should come on. I am. You boys standing by the corner, a perfume marijuana. Won't you dance with me tonight? I broke loose me otada, me mother girl me proper, but we got chemistry. Ooh-oh. 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 Hey. everybody, my name is Kim Nain, and I'm just making a plea to everyone. Please donate what you can. We need to support our nurses, doctors, all of our medical staff. So they say the toll-free number, you see, right?
All right. Entertainment there from Kim Nain. All right, we're going to move now quickly into the question and answer segment. Remember now we're going to ask you to use the raise hand feature to ask your questions from any of our panelists. They are still online waiting for your questions and they will provide the answers. If you want to start with questions from Mr. James, who was last, they have a thing about recency. Having just seen that presentation, that might be the one that you're quickest to ask a question about. No questions so far? If we now have questions...
Is there a difference? This is Herbie.
Yes, Herbie Miller.
Is there a difference between, or can one explain the difference between a will and a living will, and or anything else that makes it a better or an additional way to go so that one's family are best served in terms of the fees and the legal rigmarole and the time? Can anyone assist with that question?
Mrs. Carter, you can take on that one?
Yes, I probably am the best person to answer.
Please.
Carter here, Deputy Administrator General. So what we have to look at is an excellent question, is which jurisdiction you're operating in. So living wills, you will see a lot of them coming out of Canada and the UK because they have the legal framework for it. We don't. And so we don't have the opportunity to have living wills. The only opportunity we have for estate planning and giving instructions from the grave would be a will. Now, for you to have a valid will, what you would have to do, it would have to be in writing, signed by the person making the will, and you have to have two witnesses. Jamaicans tend to believe that you need to have two ministers, JPs, someone of that nature to be a witness, but really, no, you don't. Any two people can be your witness. So the best bet would be for you to actually make that will to give directions from the grave. You can also give directions about guardianship for your minor children in the will. Now, as it relates to estate planning, many persons spoke before that there are other tools apart from a will, and that is definitely true. You can have, as the last presenter, I'm sorry, I think his name is Mr. James.
Mr. James. Mm-hmm.
You can have an insurance policy, and we do advocate that as an estate planning tool where you name the beneficiaries. The good thing about having a life insurance policy with named beneficiaries is that when you die, all that is required is for the specific physician's statement, proof of death. Mr. James can get into anything else that is required, and your named beneficiaries can get access to the funds in a very short time, as opposed to estate administration, which is a process. Now, there are other things that you can do. NHT spoke about home ownership. So you can do joint tenancy with the person you wish to give the property to. And that would be a good way to pass the property to that person. If you have a bank account, you could have joint ownership of the bank account. Just know that joint ownership doesn't just take life when you are dead. The person has access while you're alive, and that can bring other challenges. So you need to be very careful who you nominate as your joint account holder for a bank account. So there are tools that you can use in Jamaica, but currently we do not have a legislative framework for living wills, as you had previously indicated. We can also use, though, whilst we're alive, power of attorneys. So we can have a power of attorney document that gives people specific power to act as though they were you in specific circumstances, and that can give some of the directions that you can use for a living will. Also, if the person is approaching a situation where they're incapacitated mentally, physically, there can be an application legally, what we call a committeeship under the Mental Health Act, where somebody in essence gets power over your assets and makes the decisions in your best interest, which is one of the things that a living will accounts for as well, medical decisions. So there are other provisions, but we don't have living wills in our jurisdiction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kazi. I understand that there's a question about Reggae Month 2022. Minister, are you on? This sounds like your question.
We haven't started to plan that one as yet.
Well, it sounds like somebody has.
We have it. This is Rudy Page representing the Reggae Global and Culture 2021 on Fresh FM Radio London. We certainly have started planning because next year with Jamaica's 60th anniversary, we really need that planning time. And I must say that we're very happy that the ministry did
Whoa. We
lost his voice.
We lost his voice.
In the meantime, may I?
Yes.
Oh, no, he's back.
Go ahead. Right, there we got you back.
Yeah, we're very pleased that the ministry did recognise our event, and we were yesterday able to get onto the BBC Radio London and talk about Reggae Month Jamaica. I'm very interested in terms of the way Reggae Month Jamaica is being projected in the UK. It's promoted generally when it is promoted out. This is beyond the diaspora as Reggae Month. But those of us in the diaspora, we say Reggae Month Jamaica. So in terms of branding and communication, particularly in the UK, that's really important. So that's certainly something for the future to ensure that Jamaica is tagged on the end of that. So yes, so the next year will be a major celebration for us. So we would like to start planning from now.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Page. As a matter of fact, that takes us right back to our first series because we were talking about copyrights, and putting the Jamaica onto it will definitely do that because it won't be just Reggae Month generally, especially in London. Copyrights.
Yes.
Yes. Minister?
P.S.?
Yes, Minister.
Yes, I'm on the phone. I really want to thank, I'm sorry, what's his name from Global?
Rudy Page.
Oh, yes, Page. Mr. Page, how are you?
Oh, very good, thank you.
Good. Yes, you're right in terms of trademarking and branding, Reggae Month Jamaica, yes. And that is among a number of things we're doing to trademark Reggae Month. We have already established the Secretariat for the Diamond Jubilee for Jamaica's 60th anniversary celebration, which will comprise of celebratory events as well as legacy projects. And so Reggae Month 2022 will be special. We have actually, there are some
Minister?
set activities that we have, stellar events during February, during Reggae Month. And bearing in mind that Black History Month meets Reggae Month in February.
Yeah.
And we have the birthdays of some of our cultural icons. Bob Marley. We have stellar events during February. Mind that Black. I think I have a little technical problem here. It would appear that somebody is
we can hear you.
Something. You can hear me?
We're hearing you, Minister.
All right, fine. I'm not as techie savvy as a lot of others. So, yes. But throughout the year, we will have major commemorative events and the launch or completion of a number of legacy projects. So I look forward to continuing our communication with you.
Thank you.
So that you can be a part of the calendar. We have a Reggae app, which we would want you to register some of the events you have already started planning.
Yes.
And for you to be a part of that network. We already have in Florida that connection where they celebrate Reggae Month. And now with what you're doing, that will take us to your end of the world. But we're going to expand. We have big plans, which you will hear of in the future. And we certainly want to partner with you in the UK.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And I must mention Hermitage Citizens Association, who we've worked very closely with as well, which again has been a great model in terms of linkage and some of the great elders and the young people and the talent that's really connected into what we're doing. So it has been involvement and cooperation between us all.
Well, that's excellent. Well, our network will take in our missions, our high commissions, our embassies and our consulates throughout the world, as well as the various Jamaican organizations in the Jamaican diaspora. And of course, we are going to be putting special emphasis as well on strengthening our relationship with the African diaspora.
Yes. Yeah.
So 2022 will be much bigger and better and greater. And I'm looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And just to share, Rudy, that our branding actually includes Jamaica as a part of it, so we probably need to share some of that with you for use in London.
Definitely. And it's also what's really important now, the African continental free trade area and the creative and cultural industries within that area is an important position for Jamaica to be involved as the administration starts to work out how it's going to globalize. Jamaica's very well positioned for that.
In fact, this month, we are, during Reggae Month, the National Council on Reparations, which operates out of my office, we will be hosting a webinar, and our main speaker will be the president of the ANC Women's League. And it's being done in collaboration with the High Commission for South Africa in Jamaica. So, you know, we are strengthening that relationship with the continent and with the African diaspora on a whole.
Great.
All right, thank you, Rudy. We have some more questions.
Question from me again. For those of us of a certain vintage.
All right, thank you, Rudy. We have some more questions.
Well, yes, man, this is Herbie again. For those of us of a certain vintage. Question from me again. Reverse mortgage available in Jamaica.
We're getting some echo there. All right.
The question is, for those of us who have been around for some time, is reverse mortgage available in Jamaica? Can anyone answer that, please?
Mr. Hall, can you assist with that question? I want him to say mortgage is NHT we're thinking about.
All right. From the NHT end, we can't only speak for NHT. No, it's not. We don't practice that. So as for the other financial institution, I am not aware of it.
All right, so that's a product that we could possibly look for in the future. Mr. Miller?
Thank you.
But not right.
Thank you.
Leo Gillings has a question. Sir Gillings?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
But not right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo Gillings has a question.
I have a comment, actually.
Okay.
I want to, I worked with the, sorry, what did you say?
No, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now I worked with the
Leo Gillings has a question.
Yes. I have a comment, actually. Oh my God, I'm hearing myself so many times. All right, so let me shoot. I worked with
Not sure what's happening, Mr. Gillings. I'm sure I know your fault. I'm more than likely mine. Pardon? He has to turn off his speaker. He's listening to himself. Oh, Mr. Gillens, just turn off your speaker. What is happening is that you're getting feedback from your speaker, so that's why it's repeating itself.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Last year we worked closely with the ministry and expanding.
I'm not sure what's happening there. We try to work out that technical glitch. If your speaker is on it has to be turned off, I understand. While we try to sort that out, there's a question from Charles Hyatt.
Good evening, everybody.
Evening.
From Good News Jamaica, I wanted to know, Reggae Month is about getting our culture out to the world and for the world to recognize just the powerhouse that we packed coming out of Jamaica. Will there be a component of Reggae Month that increases the call for investment in the country from outside? I'm thinking especially from the African diaspora to come and see what we have to offer in Jamaica that can be a collaborative exchange between our cousins across the pond in that direction.
Minister, I don't know if you want to take that on, because I think you might have alluded to that based on a presentation that is going to be happening shortly.
Yes, I will take that one. Yes, we had actually started that initiative when we visited Namibia, and when the president of Ghana came here, as well as the president of Kenya, our music and what we have to offer and our culture was very much a part of the discussions. And there are business opportunities here in Jamaica for investment, and those discussions were held. Similarly, there are opportunities for partnerships in these countries. So, yes, we are moving in that direction. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has really set us back, but there is so much more and that much more that we would have done that would have manifested some clear results, some tangible results in these efforts. But hopefully, once COVID is gone, or at least we learn to live with COVID, we will see how we can sort of re-energize ourselves in getting some of what we had planned to do, to get those done and to move forward.
All right, thank you, Minister. I just want to use the opportunity to bid our viewers goodbye, because all of the television channels are moving to other programming, but we will still be active on social media and on Zoom.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
Do you have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
Growing up for me here, it was very sweet. There's so much beauty in the land here, not to mention the people. Less than 5 minutes bird's eye view away from each other. You could be in the hills in a mountain type setting where it looks like forest, you know, and then all of a sudden you could look down this way and you'll be at the beach, sand, sea, the beautiful waters. It's a very calm, cool place. I mean, a lot of natural beauty. That's a great vibe in Jamaica and you can't deny it. There's so much beautiful things and then you just take a glance out the window and you're awestruck. It brings you closer to your own thoughts. You know, people perk up about the mention of Jamaica. There's so much words that people can say, but when you experience it for yourself, you'll know. Join me in Jamaica.
I love waking up every day in this country. This is where I was born and raised. I have such a passion for my country, and for me, this is home. In Jamaica, a lot of people, they look at just like beach, you know, sea, sand, but our mountains are something to behold. It's majestic up there, and it's a different type of peace. It's a different type of lifestyle completely. I could mention many different places that are amazing, but the one thing I do love about Jamaica as well is that you can find that relaxation, you can find that chill in your backyard. Apart from it being an incredibly beautiful country, an incredibly beautiful island, we have a wonderful, wonderful culture, wonderful, vibrant, colorful people. There is definitely a realness to Jamaica. There's definitely something that no matter what keeps you in touch with reality here. Why come to Jamaica? It all comes back down to Jamaica as a whole. You know, the food, the music, the culture, the people, the climate. Come out and meet us, come out and experience what Jamaica has to offer.
Presenting highlights of the Children of the Icons Concert Tour. Children of the Icons. Providing a platform showcasing young and emerging artists in the Jamaican music industry.
Put some hands together and help me welcome Earth and Fullness.
I love my roots. I love my roots. From the first day I met you, I knew I'd never forget you. And the way you hold me close, the way you speak so freely like a cool breeze, I can feel me. That's the kind of love I want to know. Oh, I love my roots. I love my roots. From the first day, my all you wanna remember, I told you I knew I'd never let you go. I love my roots. I love my roots. I listen, I see. Mommy, daddy, mama, oh, empress, so great, yes, man, and she am a mommy. Oh, I love my roots, yeah, yeah. Oh, I love my roots. I see this is to be that day. Don't worry about nothing. Revolution will take you up. More love is the plan. Well, Emperor Selassie, I the King of Kings. Fly over them. Fly over them. While you're living in the joy Rastafari brings. Sing with me, yeah. Sing with me, yeah, yeah. We are the people, and we gon' live that life true and right. As we climb to the top, they can't even wonder. Instantly asunder. Emperor Selassie, I the King of Kings. Said we're living in the joy Rastafari brings. Oh, 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 yeah. One step juggle, then you rock and for me, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sing with me, yeah. Sing with me, yeah, yeah. Family secrets are way too long to come home. Home. The message of memory calling you, come home. Home. Never forget you, dear. Live as one. And in the gift of this life you live, shall will be done. Oh, oh, oh. Live your shady. We are one. Live your shady. Shall will be done. Oh, oh, oh. Shall will be done.
Emancipation Park, it is my pleasure to introduce Tamo J.
All the lovers stand with me tonight and sing this one. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Hi. We've been together for a while now, growing stronger every day now. Feel so good and there is no doubt, yeah. I will stay with you as each morning brings the sunrise and the flowers bloom in springtime. On my loving you can rely, yeah. If you know this one, sing with me tonight, Emancipation Park. Oh, I will stay with you, yes, through the ups and the downs. Oh, I will stay with you when no one else is around. And when the dark clouds arise, I will stay by your side, and I know it'll be alright. I will stay with you. Oh. Though relationships get old and have the tendency to grow cold, we've got something like a miracle, yeah. And I'll stay with you. Sing with me. Oh, I will stay with you. Yes, through the ups and the downs. Oh, I will stay with you when no one else is around. And when the dark clouds arise, I will stay by your side. and I know we'll be alright. I will stay with you. Yeah, you can call on me. Promise to give you all your wants and needs. But know you're right and we can all agree. Timing is major key. Girl, I'll be patient and you'll be just fine, fine. No need to worry. Everything takes time. I'll get to know you and soon you'll be mine, mine. No need to rush it. Everything takes time. Can I talk to you tonight, ladies? Shh. You definitely spark me interest, not doubting that. But you find it hard for see cause you're holding back. Just me girl, me understand you have to put up a front. But if you give me a chance, we counting. What? No time for drama, nor the war and the shouting. I just love it for my queen on the mountain top. Nothing else in between, but just I keep it real. So tell me what's the deal, girl, if I'm patient. Will you be mine, mine? No need to worry. Everything takes time. I'll get to know you and soon you'll be mine, mine. No need to worry. Everything takes time. Yes, I a bit about the ones before me, but me in your life now is a different story, girl. Erase your pain and all your misery slowly. Satisfaction back from good loving. No need for worry even when I'm touring, cause you're the only one I wanna be exploring, girl. Nothing else in between, but just I keep it real. Hey, girl, I've been patient. So will you be mine, mine? No need to worry. Everything takes time, and I'll get to know you, and soon you'll be mine, mine. So no need to rush it. Everything takes time. Someone put you on my timeline. Yeah, baby, you have the right wine. Someone can't go without your love for one night. Your body, I'm a lifeline. So me put her in beside the middle finger. Now me, I love you for your lifetime. Baby, you hold me only. Your body good, I can't testify it. So me can't go without your love for one night. Your body, I'm a lifeline. You get me squeeze me the tightest. So I know you have the vice grip, and you are wife, the rest of them a side chick. Put it in the contract, I go sign it. Cause a lifetime me a search for a little gold mine, and I know say me find it. Your body bless you on the best, so me have to touch it daily and nightly. Yeah, she time it. Can't go without your love for one night. Your body have a lifeline. So me put her ring beside the middle finger. Now me I love you for your lifetime. Baby, you hold me only. Your body good and I'm blessed to try it. I can't go without your love for one night. I can't sleep right if I know you there beside me. Blows my mind. And me have girl of every kind, but you my prefer right here. You prove me right. Loving where you keep me in for nights. Baby, are you me and me to them talk about? It's evident you want me antidote. All when them laugh, me still a talk my throat. Are you my lover that you not for down, girl? Because I can't go without your love for one night. Your body have a lifeline. So me put a ring. Now me they love you for your lifetime. Baby, you hold me only. Your body good and I'm blessed to try it. I make you go without your love for one night.
Put your hands together for the one and only GR.
I've been going now for quite some time. I can't stop now. I can't slow down. I've been here and there. I've been everywhere. No lie, I swear. I've been there. I've been there. Living life on the go. Got to beat all obstacles. Got to conquer all my foes. I've been there. Yes, hey, my back against the wall. No friends to call. Just me and God. Me burn me trees and laugh. Laugh, yeah. All we need is love. Love, yeah. have some fat buds. Good, I sense me want some. Want some of that. Yes. Want some. Where you want? Everyone want, some sugar with the coconut. Want some of that. Yeah, this is what's up with it. Want some of that. You get up, want some. And if you want to find a peace of mind, visit this island of sunshine, Lord. Blue mountain for us to climb, and Cane River when I'm dead in time. When you are run go, yard your fear run go. Mama put me can't done, bun in a pot me want so. So it's just a fly go, don't give a out to it also. Negre love some fat buds, some fat buds. So nice, I don't wanna be so nice, I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, I wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, I don't wanna be so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. Hey, simple things that you do is between me and you. Hey, you're always there. You're right if you're sincere. My love for you keeps growing every dawn. No, I wish I never liked you, but hey, I got to be beside you now. I don't wanna be so nice. I don't wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice, so nice. I don't wanna be so nice. I wanna be so nice, so nice. I said I know we both need love. Stop being facetious. Now I know we both need us. Come home and get your knee rubbed. Now I know we both need love. Stop being facetious. Now I know we both need us. But what you want is not to speak of. Hey, I saw you in my vision. You gave me the light. Oh, with those fancy ribbons. It's beauty to my eyes, my eyes, my eyes. You are the days of my life, my life. And if my days of my life. You will know that it's just light. I said I know you wanna be loved. Stop being facetious. Now I know we both need us. Come home and get your love. Now I know we both need love. Stop being facetious. Lord, I know we both need us. But what you want is that to speak up. Look, yes, I know you're ready for whatever. Yes, I know you're willing to deliver the treasure. It's even better. Rain and fall, it's wetter. My type of weather.
Papa make she come down the place, guy, you there.
You like the fence on your conference in the minute, swing and pop on to the gate. Pay the biscuit ready, get pop on to the gate, get the spot up on the face. I'm a ding, Michigan, come now. Man is a long time in no DJ in a dance. Pull it. Emancipation Park, are you ready? I'm a ding. Original Papa Michigan live and direct. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Hey, man, it's a Friday evening. The people them tired of working. Them hear the disco playing. It make them feel like dancing. But watch your man. Come on in a later with the big hater, with the disco operator. Leroy Sibbles just a play upon the bass.
Papa Michigan with a smile for we face. Make we dub it up. Come now, man, it's a long time you no DJ in a dance. See that? Comfy, nice up your area. That one your name, nice up your corner. But watch your man, dance it off it up. Dance it off it, I'm on the liquor sell off. The liquor sell off. And the people really keep it off it up. Oh Lord, promoter and his hygiene off it. How them laugh? How know them laugh? Mix, cause tell me, Banamico in Jamaica. Give it up. Banamico in Jamaica. Come now, Banamico in the getting. They say me not leave Jamaica. But me chicken, you're not left Jamaica. But watch out, come dance it off it up. Dance it off it. I'm on the liquor sell off. The liquor sell off. And the people really keep it off it up. I tell you the irascibles off it up. Oh you laugh. La 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 la. Oh you laugh. The wickedest time when rain start fall. The girl them start to una send telegram. Them have to make a phone call. She says she want bad thing go fit tear down her wall. Winter, spring, or even fall. She say, yo, Papa Michigan, I want you around me dance so. But isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Because a lot of woman not get no up tonight. Baseline. A lot of woman not get no loving tonight. Yeah, why? Cause them man them Russian. Some y'all look at our husband. So them check the rice tables. Or them check Papa Michigan. I love you! Look in my love. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. Alright, pull up. Give me the man the bass.
Well, from the root of Jaboni Wailer, I love to welcome on stage in Falmouth right now, young, talented son. His name is I Sidinaki, forward Rasta, son of Jaboni Wailer.
I'm feeling good, yes I'm living, yeah, and I'm feeling good. I'm living, and I'm feeling good. Yes, I'm living my life, and I'm keeping my head high. What's the time now? Till I'm there to rest, live life to the fullest. Oh, you expect me gonna wear if you sit down on your ass. Better try your best, no make time go to waste. No come overnight, no be ridiculous. Have to walk round the clock and stop like a second hand to put the fire under the pot. So I am giving thanks for what I've got. One like you better than me, but me now watch that. Cause once me have life, me good, live good, everybody feel good. Once me have life, I'm great. Can't complain, me just a go on hold the faith. Once me have life, say me a win Lord, yeah. Jah put me a suffer a reason. Once me have life, I'm living in. So when me say in the street, that me mean literally. Trample the beast, that me mean spiritually. Try this straight and narrow, we no dilly, we no dally. I'm on top of the beat, and when me say down lyrically, me say I listen last in the verse, no apology. Who judge a bless, no one curse. So we no worry, we just do what make we happy. Original, no copy. Me name a Sadinaki, you tell me so chatty, me say talk it is cheap. Now go believe until them a see. So me say talk it, but if I action thing, then that's something I do. And me say talk it, cheap. Now I go believe until them a see. So me say talk it, but if I action, drum bass. Stepping it up, similar to a ladder. Spreading the love, cause of that we got a lot of. Cut and go through like a last when it a chop and it's a pity they don't know say it no matter what they chatter. Cause Jaja work we a do so do no bother. One like a bigger, I act like say you bother sata. Massa Ghana do me lick up, me tell her what when say no falla no lippin. Talk it cheap. Now I go believe until them a see. So me say talk it cheap. But if I action thing, I me say talk it cheap. Now I go believe until them a see. So me say talk it cheap. Come on, bass. I heard that this girl, her name was Maxine. Her face was like a bunch of roses. If I ever tell you about Maxine, you would have say I don't know what I know, but what? Murder she wrote. Nah. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Stop it. Murder she wrote. Hold on, man. Bunks me low. Them a talk about murder she wrote. And the woman them are dead from lately. Man a kill woman all about the place. Right? Say fire. Fire! And it starts in the home. Don't make no man put them on fire, you know. Cause this is it start, you know. Nah lick no woman. That one a name, nah lick no woman. That one a name, nah lick no. Ladies scream! Watch you know. I me say, nah lick no woman, no matter how she face it. Nah lick no woman, and no some me mother raise me. Nah swell up a girl face, must say crazy. That's why none of them a get gun like a bakery. Now this me. So, hold on. Look like that one, yeah? Them like it. Let me start again then. I watch your style, let me see. Nah lick no woman, no matter how she face it. Nah lick no woman, and no some me mother race. Nah swell up me girl face, must say crazy. That's why none of them a get gun like break. They have me woman safety, so she rape me. This me sister and a bailing when you bake. This me mother thump and bake, pick me no play. Cause me that I would be bake it like it. Tell me, talk is street. Now go believe and hey, and me say talk is street. But if I action thing, then not some man do. And me say talk is street. Now go believe, say me now go. And me say talk is street. Me say Roby, come on and Valmont, wave your hands up, ready again. Hey. I me say Roby, come on and tune in. Me say be riding. For this session it I talk. Check singing, come on and grooving. Me say be rubbing. This year me did it vital. And it's a cool running. I know dance all I got nice. Tell it it's a cool running. The rhythm I got deep like sugar and spice. Hey, now I'm cool running. Just rock with your detail all night long. I said now cool running. While in this jockey play your favorite song, me say be roping. Come on and tune in. Me say be riding. But Trelawney is vital. Me say be check singing. Come on and grooving. Me say be rubbing. Cause Falmouth is ital. And it's a cool running. We are gonna rock till broad daylight singing. Cool running. Me arguing we don't need no fuss, no fight. I say that I'm cool running. I know that's all I got nice. Tell it it's a cool running. Cool. Come on, bass. name as I did knock it from the tribe of. Me no follow nobody, me no follow fashion. And me say wrong, I watch it that girl, that's where me come from. And me never take up nobody's and go turn no gunman. Make them call no police for me. Make nobody call no police for me. But them still call me Dan whenever my kid on me on. Musical murderer or the lyrical felon. Original style is a brand new pattern. Dan dada and me dada, him not pass no pattern. It's just a cool running. Sing me now. Cool running, running, running. Cool running. Yeah, yeah. Cool running, running. Yeah, yeah. Again. Cool running. Again. Cool. What a fall ball. Cool running. Again. Cool running, running, running. Buffalo. Cool running. Alright. Yes, baby, like that. Alright. I'll play your favorite song, darling. And we can rock it all night long, darling. 'Cause I've got your love, darling. Love, sweet love, darling. Easy. Mellow mood has got me. So let the music rock me. Let love come running in, darling. Love, sweet love, darling. Quiet as the night. Please turn off your lights. I'll play your favorite song, darling. And we can rock it all night long. To the bridge, to the bridge. I miss it. Strike the hammer wide. Iron is hot. Strike the hammer wide. Iron is hot. Oh, strike the hammer wide. The iron is hot, baby. Open up your heart. Open up your heart. Let love come running in, darling. Love, sweet love, darling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hey, tough young. Although them see man smile, them don't know how me feel more time. I follow your lead more psych, I too hard for please mankind. Don't know how me do it sometime, nah, no food for eat lunchtime. I fall on my knees and cry to the most I fi be my God. Me just a follow the leader, Jaja a lead the way, follow the leader, 'cause I'm a believer, follow the leader, Jana go lead us straight, follow the leader. When man a hustle and a grind, never grudge another man for your time. I still a give thanks though it hard, 'cause no life no sweet like mine. Mount of people me give us strength, still no like we see man rise. Why? So when me need little help to the hills, I lift up my eyes. Me just a follow the leader, Jaja a lead the way, follow the leader, 'cause I'm a believer, follow the
It's always been a joy for me to play this entertainer on the radio. Me say, the man music nice. It's the richest boy.
Holy Manuel, I can Selassie and the Rastafari. Yes. Oh, na na. Na 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 na. Hey. Hey, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Hail so high, we must get over it. Back us so stiff, we got to conquer it. Fire where you burn, they can't go round it where the world went down. Come on, rising to the top, where the survivor ain't gonna stop. Stay alive, y'all. Now watch how them a plot. They're not for long, they're just breaking down. Come on now, what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Mommy, you go ask again, go what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Africa is calling you and me. Let's go there and see. The river Nile is flowing there for years. Come on, black people, come on, friend, come on, dry your tears again. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling. Babylon falling down. Again, say what they gonna do? What they gonna do? We are rising. Babylon falling.
Babylon falling down. I don't like
the way you're living, because the way you're living is sickening. Them five youths, them out of the living. They call us lazy while we're willing. Then go again. You say that and look you get shot again. Fire for the wicked, fire for the evil. What's my God reach them on the life for the way? What's my God reach them on the life for the way? Now I look on you, don't have to give them down again. You cannot do something you can say again. Who can look at you that we can say again? Hey, it's any dance tonight.
I don't like the way you're living.
Because the way
you're living is sickening.
Every time, yes, them fight the youths. They call us lazy. There's a while we're winning. Bam, bam, drop again. Boom, bam. Oh, my, yeah, na, na, na. Yeah, yes. Now, yeah. Hey, watch those places you walk and mind the way you talk. Watch out for them vampires who will sneak up in the dark. Watch out for them big time thief who claim say that them smart. But I bring in the crack and the gun to come mess up the youth them heart.
Run bread.
Go tell you what I look them on that team, right?
I hear an next to them. Earth a run bread.
You tell you what I see them on that team, right? I hear an next to them. You see, the mark of the beast are coming and they're sneaking on the man feet. The revelation time, go check the signs of the time. You know, believe. Now you see the youth them go in the street and they know the things not go sweet. Jump the house man a shuffle up ready there, yeah, they can't find food for eat.
Earth a run bread.
And you tell you what I look there when I eat bread. Now you're ready to that. Whoa.
To run bread.
Tell you what I look there when I eat bread. Now you're in it today. like a tar.
Black like a tar.
Black and I'm proud I have to know who you are. Black like a tar.
Black like a tar.
In Africa is a motherland because for black superstar. Black like a tar.
Black like a tar.
Black and I'm proud I have to know who you are.
Black like a tar. Black superstar.
Some say when I see black puss, you fi turn back. Some said nothing good never come out of black. Get clank on spot, I say him too black. But my complexion could have never flap. I'm proud to be black, I'm black so proud. Marcus Garvey lead out 10 million black. I'm black to be proud, I'm proud to be black. So if you win now, just shout it, shout it, shout it, shout it, shout it. I'm black like a tar.
Black like a tar. Know who you are. Black like a tar.
Africa, hail Africans, yes.
Black like a tar. Know who you are. Black like a tar. Black superstar.
Break it down. Oh, na 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 na. Yeah, na na na. No, 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 no. Yeah, na 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 na. Oh, yes. Hey, my baby, feel it. Come on. Hey, when I tell you that the time is getting critical, I don't want you to worry. You know I never want you to fret. When there is so much going on, there's difficult. And only them same old Babylon trying to run things over it. But if you think that His Majesty is sleeping, then you better think twice. He would have never made the Babylon come mash down Zion heights. When there's an old barrage of righteous youth man out there, and we ain't
no way,
no time when old barrage of righteous youth man in town, and we ain't going down. No, we never gonna stop. No way. Oh, na 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 na. Yeah. Hey, na 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 na. Hey, again, go brown skin. Nah, you're nothing. Man, I love the vibe, I love the spice, I love the passion you bring.
Brown skin.
Yes, I'm on the rap, you want the lucky with my arms.
Brown skin.
The way you smile, the way you retire, the way you
take care of yourself.
In every way you make my day, you know. I want you for Come on, rest the seat in your eyes that it's me. You're so living, you love you so baby. Hot like a fire, my heart desire. She pretty like a fire, whoa.
Brown skin. Brown skin. Brown skin.
Girl, I wanna wrap you, wanna lock you in my arms and chain.
Brown skin.
Wanna love your vibe, I love your spice, I love the passion. I want your full attention of your love. In my direction, in my songs, you never will be mentioned. Man, give you love, love and affection. I'm so glad that you made a woman. What a much perfect combination. Go multiply and bring forth the nation. I love you, baby. Yes, I love you, baby, baby.
Brown skin.
Oh, na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Hey, again, see it? Girl, I love you when I won't be shy. To tell you this, my girl, right here. much I love you when I tell no lie. If I don't get your love, I think I'm gonna cry. I will keep moving my girl. Oh, na, na, na. Moving my girl. Yes, I can see the angel in your eyes. Moving my girl. Oh, na, na, na. Moving my girl. Yes, I can see your love light shine so bright. Love is a gamble, but it's a game I wanna play with you every time, child. I know it's a gamble, but I know I won't lose my love for you. No time. Hey, come on, I tell you this now. Come on, take you by your ring, then I make you understand and give me one and only one and only one and only. Yeah, proving my girl. Oh, na na na. Proving my girl. Yes, I can see the angel in your eyes. Hey, here come, let me tell you about the ghetto girl. Ghetto girl. Now that chick says she's simple, not because she smiles, see you lift me out. Ghetto girl. About that chick says she's soft, like a mood that take her out around the center. Ghetto girl. Simple. Ghetto girl. Break it down, but I tell you, she only need a breaking knife to show you now what she can do. She's conscious and polite and ambitious too. She's so decent, she's so quiet. She only wants someone to keep her warm. She's a warrior, she's a champion. Just give her a chance to see what she can do. Let's let her get her girl. Ghetto girl. That chick says she's simple. Not because she's smart, let's get them behind the ghetto girl. Ghetto girl. I don't know, I didn't feel it good. Oh, na, na, yeah, na, 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 na. Come in, I want to leave here tonight, but I'm still at the funny youth. Watch on, I want to look there. When the streets was getting hot, and the youth get so cold. Searching for food from the pot, and they'll do anything to fill that gap. Whoa, in the streets was getting hot, and the youth get so cold. Searching food for the pot, anything to fill that gap. As generation comes and goes, you got to make preparation while the youths them grow. It's what the reapers want to sow. The youths them are the light in the future, so we dance them and dance them. If education is the key, then why the big guys are making so expensive for we. Give them the key, outside them free. Yes, in the streets it's getting hot. Youths them a get so cold. Search food for the pot. Anything to pull that. Every time, get in the streets was getting hot. And the youths them a get so cold. Searching for food for the pot. Anything to pull that. Got to find a better way. So we've been looking at Babylon, we see a beautiful flame. Got so to give the answer. Yeah. Our nation got to come together and Celestia, he is the truth and the light and the way. Leave the people in the way. In the streets it's getting hot. Youths them a get so cold. Food for the pot. Anything to pull that gap. We don't stop. Yeah, give thanks again. Hold on, thanks. Give thanks again. Give thanks to the support. Thanks to the black music. Give thanks to the ministers who put this thing together. And let it be here for I and I to be here, and the I and I's to be here together. It's so good and pleasant to people, and people come together in one perfect harmony. I love you. Oh, you're looking so beautiful. Yes, man. I will give thanks to that. Yeah, man. Be gone about my business. Yes. Ganja fire. Yeah. I see before me left my gun, right now. Burning marijuana from my corner. Keep my karma smarter. Highway, marijuana from the corner.
Echoes of Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing. Do you have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.
My name is Johan Blake, Olympic and world champion. I love track and field. I love what I do, because to be an ambassador, not just only for Jamaica but for the sport, it helped me to stand out for people and also to help Jamaica community, of course. What I love most about Jamaica, I would say, is the love that Jamaica have for one another. The scenery, the food, the atmosphere, the people, the vibes, the music. It's all fun for tourists to come and visit. Different places you can go, the Blue Hole. When you go to the country, you can relax, you can pick ackee, mango. It's really lovely. It's a wonderful place, one of the most beautiful places in the world.
It's the man in lane 6, it is a Jamaican victory. Johan Blake, who comes through to win the 100 metres.
Living in Jamaica is an experience that you cannot put in words. There's an energy in the atmosphere that just feels good. There's so many aspects of Jamaica that I think makes it second to none. The best food, the best music, the best people. We can go on and on about the good things about living in Jamaica. There's a parish in Jamaica called Portland. I think that's one of my favorite places to be. It's one of the most nature-oriented parishes, and I love the nightlife in Kingston. Once you come here and you get that connection with the people, that connection with the food and the music and just the lifestyle is something that you'll always remember. People should visit Jamaica because I'm sure 100% that it is the place to be on planet Earth. You need to come here and you'll get that experience that you will never forget.
In the Reggae Studio with our reggae ambassadors as they reveal the other side of the reggae beat outside the spotlight.
Well, my name is Fitzroy Simpson, Upland known, Bonnie Diamond.
My name is Lloyd Ferguson, better known as Judge Diamonds, born in Kingston, residing in Bridgeport, St. Catherine.
My name is Donald Shaw, better known as Tabby Diamonds, live in Kingston.
We never farm. We had started in 1969 over deals at Trenchtown, and street corner,
Well, basically, it was one night in December 1969. The actual thing that really happened that night is that I was really standing on the street called 10th Street. I was speaking to a girl named Maggie, and she Bonnie coming with his guitar and his arm, you know. Bonnie used to rehearse with another group. And in pass, and Tabby was coming up the road and stopped and had words with Tabby. And then they went inside our yard with the guitar. So I immediately said to the girl, say, excuse me, I soon come. And I went inside the yard. As soon as I go inside, Bonnie gave me the guitar and said, play something. I started playing the guitar and started singing this tune, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years of love. It sounded good, you know. Then Bonnie suggested that we could form a group. So it started there. Well, actually, we all attended the same school, Boys Town, and we used to do music before. So I could play the guitar, Bonnie could play the guitar, Tabby could play the guitar, so we used to play individually before. Because they all sing with different people before I came in, you know. I also sang with some of those people that they sang with until the three of us came together.
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh, guide us, German, guide us, German. Oh, yeah. Have mercy on a good man and help him. We pray, German. Have mercy on a good girl and help her. We pray, German. Man was made to suffer, yeah. And women were made to feel the pain. Stay by our side and guide us. We pray, Jaman. Give us all your blessings and help us. We pray, Jaman. Time is running out, but we need no one not to cry nor shout. Change them who's gone astray and show them the way, Jaman. Make this an everlasting example. We pray, Jaman, yeah. Man was made to suffer, yeah, yeah. And women were made to feel the pain. Have mercy on a good man and help him. We pray, Jaman. Have mercy on a good girl.
Sometime there, like 69, things never so, never so vile and dangerous, you know, like now. People have more love them time than now, you know. But people poor, but at least I'm happy still, because the body not really kill nobody, you know what I mean? Like now. Jamaica prefer to be walk on the road. Them time it's free. More free time in Kingston, Jamaica, them time. People, Trenchtown never build up like jungle and place never build up yet. It's like some old shack, you know, old houses and people. You know, and it was nice because we used to rehearse. We used to have Eptones over the next side of the gully, you know. Eptones, you have Toots over the next side, you know. So we used to go over to our Toots gates and practice, like practice music amongst Toots them. The time Toots up and name the road already. And we was try get together, have a group together. And it was nice, you know, them time then. You know, them time the music more love than the music. You know, people more, singers more check for singers them time then. It's more unity.
I remember we used to have this yard on 10th Street. We used to rehearse. That's where we really actually get started. And a lot of crowd used to in that house at night time. Sometimes I remember even Dennis Brown used to pass through with Bagger, who play bass. He used to come by and listen because the artist was on the road already, you know. He was just get starting, so he used to come and encourage her. So why it sound nice, you know, the man is nice. So I want to press on. You know, so press on. And you know, from there we like could start to check different producer, like we go try Derek Harriet, Rupe Edwards, Stranger Cool. Actually, Rupe Edwards was the first person who recorded the Diamonds. You know? Them days are nice. Because, you know, people used to come by and give you with a lot of encouragement and, you know.
Well, the first song that we did with Rupe was a song called Girl You're Too Young. Well, it was a nice song, and actually what I remember is when we did that song, we never even know, so you forget pay for nothing, about the music, nothing. We just want to sing the song. And like they have a program on the radio every Friday, anywhere there, we just make sure we reach home so as we can hear it play on the radio. So after the song sell for a period, Rupe Edwards give us like about $12 for 3 of us, you know. So my first $4 went to my girlfriend to buy her slippers. You know, but
my first $4 I buy her shoes for $2.
Those days was very nice still, you know, because all we actually wanted to do was sing. So we actually rehearsed for 3 years, you know, before we seek audition.
We actually start with Marathon.
Yeah, Marathon we start with.
At the VIP club, you used to have talent show.
True.
And you used to have this club called the Bohema. You know, and we used to keep like talent show every Wednesday night. So that is where we actually get our exposure. And then we go through Marathon with people like Barry Salmon, Cynthia Slush, Roddy Thomas, Barrington Levy, and
all them time still everybody was just amateur. Nobody really get on the road like, you know, like Cynthia Slush, you know.
It took us a period from 1969 till 75 to really make a tune. Because when we really make a tune, it was at the point of giving up. Because we actually was going to leave the business, guys. So well, from 69, no, we can't make a tune. We just leave the business. We might have to deal them trade or go look at work or something. But, you know, when we went to Jojo had heard of us before, so when we go there, we have a tape, but we can't for sell him. So we leave the business because we can't make a tune. So Jojo said, all right, I buy the tape, but I want to sing too soon from still. So that is when Right Time and all those tunes came around.
Man, I go find him back against charge for us. And when the right time come, some a go charge for murder. And when the lawman come, some a go run till they come. And when the parcel come, them a go quote the scripture. Swallow feel, I go kill now. The battlefield, yeah, yeah. Not the dread will ever run away. No, no, no. Not the dread will ever run away. No, my brethren. This year a prophecy. What let my go? This year a prophecy. What let my go? This year a prophecy. Oh yeah. This year a prophecy. But when the right time comes, yeah, some a go charge the trees. And when the right time comes, some a go charge the us. And when the right time comes, oh yeah, some a go charge the murder. And when the lawman comes, some a go run till them come. And when the person come, yeah, him a go quote the scripture. Swallow me, I go be, yeah, the battlefield, feel, oh yeah, yeah. Not the girl will ever run away. No, no, no. Not the girl will ever run away.
After Jojo, we got reach a Joe Gibbs. I have a lot of Joe in the business. So we got Joe Gibbs after Jojo, and we was signed to Virgin Records for a period of about three years. Right. We do some album for them. But you know, some little bad mishap going through the line, you know. So we have to leave the label.
No, we had a manager that started out early with Copeland Fabs. He was the first person to really manage the group. Because after we make that hit tune in 75, 76, we started traveling overseas, you know. The first show that we did overseas was in New York, a place called Hunters College. And from then on, the diamonds have been traveling all over the world.
Right. Talk about Jews. We pay it. Pay for Jews, because you know, sometimes things go bad sometimes, you know. Some of the time during the period. And it's a whole part of Jews, because you know, one at a time, everybody we ask him what the Mighty Diamonds doing now. But we're still like traveling all over, but Jamaica scene, the DJ them take over the whole market out, so we have to just keep out of grass and things.
I really have a fact, the Jamaican scene with their music production. The producers, most of them, as I say, them are rip-off, because them don't really pay royalties. The Diamonds really make some money from live shows. All them big tune here, roof and everything, them no pay for none. We don't get no returns from them like royalties, you know? So we really make some money from live show. So most of the times, like with the overseas, or we might have their own country or something. So just basically minimal returns you get from record sales.
Yeah, and the reason,
none of these producers pay royalties.
The reason why too, because say over the years, it's when time we get we get established in the 70s. You never have a lot of investors in the business at the time. I mean, like producers and promoters at the time. So you never have that amount, you never have that flourished amount of business, money, transaction at the time. So, but although we never have a mind base on the financial part at the time, we try to make a name When we hear music, must want to hear music on the radio. That was the aim at the time.
Yeah, but in those days, you find so when you do a record, you could have sell all 60,000 copies in 3 weeks. Now, if you sell 2,000 copies, that's a big tune.
Sales bad now. Some of the songs here I make woolly pan eyes on the radio. Trust me, them don't sell 2 box. And a box carry 25.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, some of the songs them only get wool per year play and thing. Them are real. Enough things are real. When a song first time, when it don't sell, you can get 70,000 copy of a song that don't sell. But that's why I can sell like from house to house and couple people. And number 1 song now is, you know,
2,000 copies less.
So they have to watch the hype. The hype thing. You actually sell it.
No.
In their mind, and buy it.
No artists
we
will
don't
sell
sit artists for sell tune.
Just like them don't keep them in the bag.
Yeah, you know. And them thing together, you say.
I want to tell us too, you know. Most of the first time I see them just want to sing, you know.
Yeah, that may
So
tell
they
you.
really check out no black and white.
Business.
And the man just want to hear himself a sing. And producer them just take like a disadvantage of them station, you know.
Yeah.
That was really like, it was like a dub thing. Producer, Jesse Clark, he was just doing some dub. So Bonnie wrote the chorus, passed the coach on the left hand side of the bun. So we sing some dub for Gussie. Then I went to Gussie and tell him, you know, Gussie, this thing sound like it could have gone now. I could build a tune out of it. And say, all right, I'm going to go to England and him come back. So when he come back from England, him give the cassette to the rhythm. So we just sit down and we write the tune. We just write the whole body around the chorus. So that's how it really came. Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Musical Youth do that remake and it went on the British chart. You know?
It sell
millions of copies. You know?
In terms of sales, it's supposed to be a leading song now.
This was one of the songs we go through some problem. Like when the Musical Youth sing it over, it's a big seller all over the world. And then you find whole heap the Jamaican musician and singer them start to try to own the song. When a song go international all the world, it always go up in this problem.
Yeah, especially when it comes from Jamaica.
It comes from
Jamaica problem.
Everybody always try to own it.
Everybody want to own it.
But really and truly, the rhythm was a whole rhythm where they make a next version. But we was a person who write past the coachy. See, that is not a doubt. We write it, but when it hit now, everybody try for one. So, boy, I did play the bass.
I play the guitar.
One side I play the hands.
I play guitar.
One side I play guitar. And so on and on.
No.
You're right now, the Mighty Diamonds is not a group of farm. Because when you're a farm, it's a split up here. Split up and make.
I think to most side stem from unity still, you know. And like, you know, it's a humble set of people. You know, easy to deal with and thing. You know, and I think the unity we have still, I really keep it together.
You know, the next thing, this come like a way of life for every man right now. Because we used to do other things, you know. Every man leave that other thing. So this come a part of work style now, so you have to just keep it.
Well, it's supposed to be 30 seconds. year.
Yeah, 32.
32nd year.
32 years.
From 69 to 2002. Long time. See this first show at Hunter College, New York. That stand out. See this next show in London, Lyceum Ballroom, 76.
There's two shows.
Two of them in 76. First time in England and first time in New York. I'm sure they can. I'm still have an impact on the mind.
The people who didn't attend it at the time.
Why?
And people must be like 20 years after them, tell me say. That showed another, I don't know, the first time in New York, first concert. You know, so I need to have have a good band and play with me. So bad music I play right and everything I play right. You know what I mean? It's everything together.
What really happened, you know?
Arrangement right, everything.
That show they end up like a dance, you know?
It was like a debut show. A debut show.
Didn't play like a dance, not just a ordinary concert. Have the whole theater.
First concert.
Whole theater get mad. Cause them 5-hit singles stand up, you know. And we have the people, when they finish the stage full of people, you know. So them show them, we have to remember them. Same thing in England. Police have to run fire tear gas for ease with some of the crowd. There was too much people. And them time they nice, you know, cause it was like when artists go like England or New York, it was if it's a Mighty Diamonds in concert.
Yeah.
Or Eura in concert. You never have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artists for full of place. One artist could have full of place. Properly promote and you go up on the tour at the right time. You know? Nowadays the mafia carry 14 acts full of a place.
They can hurry.
You know, and the music take a change after a while because when most of the DJ them go England and thing and right now them fire shot in a venue them and them things, so it kind of mash up the dancehall thing we are going on right now. The people the whole business are change again. They come right run back to what it was.
You see, I've been dreaming about you so long, and now I found you. I wanna hold you, wanna squeeze you, wanna tell you how much I love you. Yeah.
Hey girl, I wanna make love to you. Yeah. Hey girl, that's really what I want to do. That's what I want to do, yeah.
I search to find a love I could call mine. And now it seems so clear to me. Love somewhere down the road.
Now I realize, standing before my eyes, this beautiful queen that's been haunting my dreams. I hope and I pray this still girl come my way.
And when she comes, she'll never leave again. She'll stay forever and a day.
Hey girl, I wanna make love to you. Yeah.
That's what I wanna say. These words are coming from my heart.
That's really what I want to do.
And I'm not tripping.
Hey girl,
You see, baby,
I wanna make love to you.
I can't tell you how much I care about you. It's beyond my explanation.
Hey girl, that's really
You see what I
what
mean?
I want to do.
And love just I searched to find a love I could call my own. And now it seems so clear to me, it's somewhere down the road.
Some of the places, like, can give some of the places, like, start from Europe. Like France, Belgium,
you see,
Switzerland, Holland.
If you mention
Denmark,
place,
no, what a place still, you know. If you mention place, it's just a one place, that Europe.
So all over Europe, all over.
So like
Eastern Europe,
America, like all
every place
Europe,
in America.
South America, you know, about.
So you have toured the world.
Japan. Well, there's only one place we don't really reach as yet, in Africa still.
Australia.
I want to go to Australia yet.
Colombia.
So what's stopping you?
You see, Africa now especially.
See what step?
When you go Africa, it have a right, well put together. Plus, when you go Africa, you can't go up on stage go sing a little 12 song. You have to sing.
And 3 LP.
3-4 hours.
The man, the one song have to be a half hour.
Long.
So them listen to artists that way.
So when you really finish your concert, this guy man comes and just run up 50 miles comes here and you're done. You can't do that.
So when the African perform, what them really do is like a man come out and sing. And when I'm tired, he is back and send some my musician up front. When him a rest, when the musician come back, he will send somebody else, the background singer them, and after him rest, them come up again. So this song for just long.
Yeah. Africa is the land where I and I come from. Africa, our father's land, is calling us home. So long we have been a slave and no more will we roam. So I hope and I pray that the day will come when we see the rising sun. When no more crying, nor victimizing, no more starvation, no more killing. Africa is a land of home, yeah. Africa is the land where I and I belong. Oftentimes I sit right down and remember exchange. All my people was in slavery time and time ago. Oh, I know that one day when the right time comes, so easily, then we will see. No more crying, no victimizing, no more starvation, no more, yeah. Calling us home. So long we have been change. All my people was in slavery, time and time again. Oh, I hope and pray when the right time comes, so easily you will see.
Well, what we're doing now is going in the studio more often now. Because people need to hear. You have some new fans who are like between the age of 15 to like even 27, 30. Some of them fans, they don't hear the song, but they know who really sing it. So we need to create some new fans now, some new people, you know. Like from them age they come up again. Because some of them, they were born and move for right time. Understand? So we want a new set of audience now. So that year they were work on and some new album and some whole new things. To more TV show. But you know, show them I feel well organized. Cause see the sense you go on things when are well organized. And you can start good show, good production.
Yeah. Like another Moses. Yeah. Rise up. Black man, rise up. Like another Moses. Rise up. Black man, rise up. Yeah. Down here in Babylon, you have to stand up strong. Don't you get me wrong, y'all. Just listen to my song and wise up. Black man, wise up. Like another Joseph. Wise up. Black man, wise up. Yeah. Look how you're big and strong, yeah. Why can't we get along? Pull together as one now. You have to trust your brother, man. And rise up. Black man, rise up. Like another Joseph. Wise up. Black man, wise up. Yeah. When you see your brother coming down the road, when you see your brother helping with his load, when you see your sister crying in pain, you should be the one walk her down the lane. Wise up, black man, wise up. Thank you, brother Joseph. Wise up, black man, wise up. Yeah. Thank you, brother Joseph. Yeah. Down here in Babylon, you have to stand up strong. Don't you get me wrong. Just listen to my song and rise up. Black man, wise up. Like another Moses. Wise up. Black man, wise up. Look how you're big and strong. Why can't we get along? Pull together as one now. You have to trust your brother, man. And rise up. Black man, rise up. Like another Joseph. Rise up. Black man, rise up. Yeah. Thank you, brother Joseph. Yeah. Thank you, brother Moses. When you see your brother walking down the road, when you see your brother helping with his load, when you see your sister crying in pain, you should be the one to walk her down the lane. Yeah. Thank you, brother Moses. Yeah. Rise up. Black man, rise up. Thank you, brother Moses. Rise up.
This song was playing, this is a new album.
Rise Up
Right.
and the Slow Tune.
Same
Searching.
album.
Why, I can start time. If you notice, we was Artist of the Week in Christmas when we work. We put on such a show that, as a matter of fact, from that show they start to do a lot of interviews and people want to show all about over the world. It kind of bring back a thing. You hear some people that say, boy, you're not come back.
Come back.
From which part? We did a long time, man. But, you know, the show kind of brighten up something and people must want to see more of Jamaica again.
What happened now? The problem with the people that have in Jamaica, because them not see we often enough, and hear new stuff often enough. Problem that.
But you see, one I think, you don't even have a venue more than South Jamaica again. Because venue, they might get smaller and smaller. They might have this place now, Mass Camp. And I see them want to mash it up already.
Mash it up that, man.
2 events, Mr. Ghana, they want to mash it up. They have, when they have any kin start time, you can carry baby. Just band.
Yeah.
Because I don't even hear a matches box drop. When him start to carry this dancehall thing in there and him start fling back and fire gunshot in the air and sort of so. I'm ready for mash up the one. This is the only venue I see right now I work in Kingston. I'm going to mash it up already.
They
They even gone 3 years.
Roof. Oh.
Well, roof now, you know everybody want a roof.
What inspired that?
The inspiration that man that struggle them days, you know. Man that struggle so and we have to sing, it's either you sing your way out of the struggle. Or some man sports it out of the struggle. But you have to do something to come out of it. And the first thing you want, you need a roof. That's it. So the inspiration come from them things, you know what I mean?
Having a room before I head, we man cry that. We human being.
Remember when the round man say, time I go trade, yeah. Every gully I go run red. Even man
Exclusive Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Kush International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing.
This is what you've been waiting for. A chance to change your point of view and take the break you deserve at Jamaica's resorts and attractions. When you can open your door to the seaside instead of just outside. Where you can change your mask and take a plunge.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat.
Contact your travel agent today to book your staycation. RediscoverJamaica.com.
Do you have the Reggae Jamaica mobile app on your phone? No? Well, you could be missing out on news, views, interviews, events, and so much more about the impact of reggae music across the globe. Information at your fingertips about Reggae Month and other exciting reggae events. That's the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, now available in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Get it now!
Everybody wanna feel.
I'm Joyce Spence, Master Blender for Appleton Estate Jamaica Rum, and I was the first female Master Blender in the entire spirit industry in the world. This is an awesome experience where you'll learn all about the history of rum making. And I like to say it's not just a cultural journey for rum, it's a little history class, a little geography class, a little chemistry class, all intertwined. And at the end, you end up tasting the different expressions that we have available in the Appleton Estate range. The rum culture in Jamaica is very strong, and as a matter of fact, we're known as rum people. Every home always has a bottle of rum in it because we use rum for so many different reasons. We use it for medicinal purposes, we use it for culinary purposes, and we also use it for drinking. If you've never been to Jamaica, I want you to come here and experience the passion, pride, and spirit of our people, and of course, the finest rum in the world, Appleton.
Presenting highlights of the Children of the Icons Concert Tour.
Children of the Icons.
Providing a platform showcasing young and emerging artists in the Jamaican music industry.
Emancipation Park, make some noise right now for my good friend, Bongo Herman.
All who respect reggae music, get up out on your seat and stand up. Get up for 1 minute. If you don't respect Reggae Month and reggae, wanna put your hands together and say, yeah! Give me this, give me this. I hear the voice of the Rasta. Babylon, your throne gone down, gone down. Babylon, your throne gone down. I hear the voice of, I people can sing. And you see like how they can't sing? You see like how they can't sing? Me have to touch a rubber dub style with my friend Alton Ellis. Him Sunday on the show. But Alton was my friend. Come with it. Raytown style. When you turn and you walk through that door, it hurt me so. I said it hurt me so, my darling. Oh, then you look at me and you say goodbye. You've made me cry. I said you made me cry, cry, darling. Oh, so listen to me while I say to you. Can I hear it? Everybody know you can have the whole wide world, but give me Jaja, but give me Jaja. You can have the silver and gold. You can have the ruby and diamonds. You can have all the pretty things in this old wide world, but I never got. I don't know it, you know. Oh no, next. I heard you says to me, you want to be. So let's talk about it, sister. Now the game has just begun. Lord, can I hear it? Never, never heard this man. Lord. Back in a Channel 1 and Studio 1 when there were no drum machine. Every piece of instrument I want you to say go on. Rock me down. What you call this? What you right name for it? What sugar mine on there? What you got some on there? Coming from the country with my time so rough, time so tough, time so rough. Coming from the country with my bag of Cali, buck up on a DC, him want to hold me. Don't you run now, youth man, you won't get away. If you slip, you will slide, and if you run, you can't hide. Cause I've got my stuck right in my, can I hear it? Please don't touch my eyeshin. Please don't touch my Kali. Children dying for hunger and high man a suffer. So you got to see, is this Kali that feed me? 50 cents a stick and $1. That's what keep me alive. Me and my 2 kids and wife. So give me a chance, make me go a little faster. Just let me pass through. Can I hear it?
Gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome to this stage children of the icons, Courtney.
I could feel those thrills taking over when you held me tight. Now I feel those pains taking over. Left for me to say, boy, then stay in your world. You have got so much soul deep inside, boy, and I love sweet love that's richer than stay, boy. Then stay, stay, stay in your world. You have got so much soul deep inside, boy. And I love sweet love that's richer than gold. Oh, what sweet sensation. Lord, what strange emotion. You, got love and devotion. And I won't forget your charm. Thank you. Greetings, everyone. Get up in the morning, slaving for bread, sir, so that every mouth can be fed. Oh, Israelites, get up in the morning, slaving for bread, sir, so that every mouth can be fed. My kids, they pack up and leave me. She said I was the host to be seen. I said my shirt, them tear up trousers is gone. Don't wanna end up like Bonnie and Clyde. After the storm, there must be a calm. See me in your farm and you sound the alarm. Me Israelites. If you knew how much I love you and how I long for you, you wouldn't stay away. If you knew you were my one desire, you set my soul on fire, you wouldn't stay away. Now, darling, I know you have got another girl. She treats you nice. I know she's even more beautiful than I. But if you knew how my heart burns for you and how I long for you, you wouldn't stay away. Everybody just come down, come down, come down, come down. Of your pumps and your pride. Come down, come down, come down, come down. Of your pumps and pride. Everybody just cry out, come down, come down. Of your pumps and your pride. I say Linda, Linda, come down, come down. Of your pumps and pride. But today, today, today is a happy day. And tonight, tonight will be another night. Everybody just come down, come down. Of your bumps and your pride. Come down, come down, come down, come down. Of your bumps and pride. Everybody just cry out, come down, come down. Of your bumps and your pride. I say Linda, Linda, come down, come down. Of pumps and pride. But today is a happy day. And tonight will be another night. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Have you ever thought what life would be like if you could meet a man that was just your type? Not a single character flaw inside. Really need to tell him, say him love you night and day. Now bad you up fi give up the ray. Papi and him alone, him want to play. Really me too. Well, make I describe the kind of man I want by my side, just in case him there tonight. I want a rude boy with a sensitive side, strapping young man with a twinkle in his eye. A cool you too, not too shy, and would never ever tell me a lie. And my king would I never catch up in no hype. No girl could I never take him from my side, cause he'd think twice, he'd be so wise. And that's my time. Oh no, that's my time. That's my time. Mix me. Now my man have to be a deep thinker, challenge everything, not an easy believer. Him nah nap up himself in a future, believe in the powers of sense in him. Up one day Babylon will fall, uplift the youths whether big or small. Keep the fire blazing, will love never stall. Just be kind overall. No make I describe the kind of man I want by my side, just in case in there tonight. I want a rude boy with a sensitive side, strapping young man with a twinkle in his eye. Cool, you too, not too shy, and would never ever. And my king would I never catch up in no hype. No girl could I never take him from my side, cause he'd think twice, he'd be so wise. And that's my time.
Now his name is Meleko. Put your hands together for Sizzla Kalanji's Pick Me. Hello.
Well, Emmanuel, I King Selassie, I Joe Rastafari. Well, what you know? Them who knows that the Rasta Rockstar listen up. Well, what you know? Well, follow me now, hey. What to make of this world? Given that the ends when them serve, gives the black man no word now. To I and I concern, ladies seem to never converse. Is the respect not earned yet? What to make of this world? World leaders, them not care what I am about the boys and girls. To I and I concern. Bounce it over there, bounce it, bounce it. Catch up out there. Hey, follow me now, hey, what to make of this world, oh yeah. Racial turfs, oh yeah, wrong side your head first, oh yeah. Where there's good, there is bad, even worse, oh yeah. Look and search, oh yeah, gunman, gun, give me a mix now. So me calling, to get a youth in a goose and choose, oh yeah. What the terms them use, you will get confused and lose, oh yeah. We live in a world, police ask questions, rather than shoot that way. So we look to judge, one thing we say, what to make of this world? Given that the ends where them serve, gives the black man no word now. To I and I concern, ladies seem to never come first. Is the respect not earned out there? What to make of this world? World leaders, they don't care what I am about the. Hey, follow me, to I and I concern. That shit wait for them. Why is the young Meleko boo boo? Whoa, 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 whoa. Who can bless? No, no, no man can. Who can bless? No, no. under press, there's no way out this life. Lost my address in this struggle and fight. Blessings shall flow for this African child. Follow me 100, yo, yo. Cross the Atlantic where conscience divide. I had to breathe there from the other side. Blessings shall flow for this African child. Them fools might shake us, but could never break us. Gone are the days of freedom, yes, it frustrates us. In this race of life, you have to keep your shoes well laced up. What make them hate us? Bitching magic makeup. Born to be free, not born to be famous. So things get away, still we pray. One life to live. Follow me now. I'm stressed and oppressed. There's no way out this life. Lost my address in this struggle and fight. Blessings shall flow for this African child. Hey, follow me now, Bobo. Cross the Atlantic where conscience divide. I had to breathe here from the other side. Blessings shall flow for this. Well, the man who like King Selassie, I Joe Rastafari. We at the right place, girl. I say we at the right place, girl. Never gonna waste your love, never gonna waste your love, never gonna waste your love, never gonna waste your love. Empress down here, still love, Empress down here, still love. If we have some faith in love, cause we at the right. We at the right. Queen for real in every sense. Evident royalty she represent. Are you divine intelligence? Your presence powerful like presidents. Every dance you perform for me yet again. When it's spread far through us we never end. If the roots can't break, well it have to bend. Never gonna waste your love. 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 Empress down here, still love. Empress down here, still love. If we have some faith, still love. Cause we at the right. We at the right. Fool you once, now fool you twice. I'm see a youth made nights. Yes, you have the eye revive. All night just the flames ignite. Let go, baby girl, let life. Stress-free, drama-free, best type, yo. I want to give you a try. Me just might. Never gonna waste your love. 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 Empress down here, still love. Empress down here, still love. If we have some faith, we love cause we at the right. Never gonna, no, no, no. Never gonna, no, no, no. Never gonna, no, 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 no. I'm never gonna, no, no, no. Never gonna, no, no, no. To all the beautiful empress them. Twice a day young Meleku, for all my beautiful ladies out there. I see all I wanna out there. Oh, 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 I've been past the point where I've heard enough. You've been scared before you've been hurt to love. I've been working hard just to work it out. Been there before and I'm burning out. I'm past the point of recovery now. Remember when we used to like fill up and rub up every night? It's like you never realize you are the only one there to my wife. I know you're putting up a fight. Since 20 months full up of so much fight. The future not looking so bright. Girl, I know you have to better. Watch out. We're too deep so you fall in love. You gone too far in love and now I war in love. We were so hard to build up all these shows, but forget it down cause it's far. It's like a crash into a wall in love. You was a star in love and now it's fall in love. We were so hard to build up all these shows. Well, follow me now. Bounce low for them now. Let me talk to them good enough. Follow me. Girl, I know your nature calling love, but every time I try to link, it's like you're stalling love. You're quarreling love when things get rough. I left me with no scarving love. Set the standard and me set the bar in love. Every Friday night they used to party with us, yeah. You done mess up, pack up and cut. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fill up and I rub up every night. It's like you never realize you were the only one here to my wife. I know you're putting up a fight. Since when the month full of us, no much fight. The future not looking so bright. Girl, I know you are for better. We're too deep, so you're falling in love. We gone too far in love, I know. We work so hard to build up on these jokes, but forget it now, cause it's like we're crashing to a wall in love. You was a star in love, but now it's fall in love. We work so hard to build up on these jokes. Whoa, 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 hey. Whoa, 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 hey. 100, it was nice having you all. Well, Emmanuel, like King Selassie, I Joe. Fast the young man, I go.
Look here, I'm more fire. So when I say fire, you say more. Fire! Fire! When I say more, you say fire. More! Make some noise for Kepo Talk!
Equal rights and justice for all. Rise and never fall. Boom! Say what they gonna do. Not for them not true. Say what they gonna do. Them get slew, yeah. Who do you think you are? We're living in a small world. Small world. But don't you think you are? We're living in a small world. Small world. Wicked as you think you are. We're living in a small world. Small world. Don't father take 100. Alright then. Yeah. Now there we go. Taylor. You know it's Reggae Month. You know it's Black History Month. You know it's all about children of icons. Yeah, man, you know it's all about Rastafari. It's all about the music. It's all about salvation. It's all about redemption, repatriation, restoration, liberation, emancipation, self-esteem, self-awareness, self-reliance, self-thought, self-control, respect, discipline, diligence, humility, tolerance, most ultimately, self-determination. All the people in the building tonight who believe in yourself as a true human being of value, and instill the morals and the principles. Could I see the hands in here, please? Push them up now. Me not see them. Me not see them. Me not see them. Me not see them. All house are good over evil, life over dead, money over war. Most everybody are we about the crosses. All try for them, ready again. See that day will come when I stand on that thing. I was waiting. Shout again. Tina, could I see the lighters, please? Can you know a fire we are burning now? And you know so the fire is for the purification and preservation of soul. And if you not burn the fire, you're not alive. If you don't have a cellular phone, put a lighter in there. Push them up, I see them now. Over here, sir. Over there, sir. For the love, reggae music. Push them up. Over there, sir. Over here, sir. Push them up, I see them now. Take it up. And the day I would love to see their face, for all those who've lived to the human race, and trying to take things out of place, run away to space, through them in a haze. Wow. If you want a judgment, you will go get a taste. When them find out, say that them can't escape. Sadness, they say that they prepare them. 100 that they will come. When the time are done, and those wicked men in the fire, that they will come. When they will try to escape, and they will be nowhere to. That they will come. When I shall see the hand of bombs, burning from bullets and guns, that they will come. Yo, take it up one more time. Take it up. I will remain the same. Hailing Rastafari name. I watch them going up in flames.
For all those innocent going down the drain, you'll have to pay for these shackles and chain, and pay for these washing of the brain, and pay for these guns and cocaine. All out and the Lord goes and goes down. That day will come up when I got like that. I was wicked man, he did my head. That day will come. Take it up, take it up, take it up. More love, more love, more love, more love, more love. Yo, we need, look, we need more love and trust. Justice is all what we need. So let us speak and trust, so we all can proceed and never lose focus. That won't make us achieve. And I don't love and just burn them envy and greed. Give me a wave, give me a wave. It's the same old story. Be a promises. Same old story. Now lose your sanities. Same old story. Now move for vanities. Same old story. So they always say what they're gonna do, then they always do what they wanna do, and they always say what they never do, and the words they speak, yes, it's never true. Still a pressure them apply, after them sick as and the fitness getting so high, everything gone sky high. Wonder if them ever felt the people pain when the people cried. Them don't lie that sky is the limit, but still when me ready for my share, them a tell me so it finish, long-time slavery abolish and diminish. When them still I go with them willingly sin it, no one can know. It's the same old story, mere promises. Same old story. Now lose the sanities. Same old story. Now both for vanities. Same old. Damn. Premature promises will make you get discouraged. Inflation getting high, economical worries. Some tell the get to use them, don't get discouraged. More on them from the carnival, make the sex so the service, yeah. Man tell that the mom don't worry, as long as them don't take the chipping and them for it. Rastafari come to wipe out all these sad memories. Don't think for a second, forget our history. Jamaica, give me a way up, no one on them. It's the same old. Take it up. All the people say one love, one heart, one aim. Push them up and mess with them. Push them up. If you're not loving a yard, keep you on your side. Over here, so over there, so. Love conquer all, don't it? A three thing last, faith, hope and love. Value love above all. Take it up. All who have love in them heart in a lion paw. Push them up so much, see them. Up. Video man, push the video on the ground now. You have to catch this. Push the over there, so everybody give me a wave. Go so. We need more love and trust. Justice is all what we need. So let us be conscious, so we all can proceed and never lose focus. That won't make us achieve. And I don't love and just burn them envy and greed. Wanna say? Hold on. Wanna say? Me no hear that. Me say wanna say. Say more fire. Me no hear that. Say more fire. Oh yeah, man. King Shango representing. Ready him up. My time. Yeah. 100. Wanna ready? Well done. This is some boy one punch like me, them one punch like me. Shoot again. Send it. Marius, read him up. Yeah. And tell them this. King Shango represent. Reggae music. Take it down. Like Marcus Garvey with me sword up on my right hand side. Still I see I in the chariot and no ride in my right body. Edge of the wind, you know what glide in my glide. When Hitler and him friend the whole of them a figure hide. But we in and they buckle them a slip up and slide. Like a King Selassie now the whole of them collide. In a Geneva conference it took them by big surprise. Them could not take the power and Selassie eyes. Well I know the cheat in everything as he rise. I crown him the conqueror, the king of the wise. I do hope you are the eyes, me say black man rise. Come off, and you pump some pride. This is Babylon, well them not stop victimize. This is Babylon, them mentally paralyzed. The vision is the name, I only got them provide. Righteousness, the whole of them try to fight. Gods and Magog, Pharisees and scribe. The whole of them expect them know me arrive. I know me a go burn out all them evil vibes. I know me a go burn out all them war and strife. I know me a go burn out all them dirty device. Burn out the jackets and burn out the ties. Burn out the fabrication and burn out the lies. Burn out the traitor, burn out the spies. Delete you plan them decentralize. Delete you plan them reorganize. Food is coming from the style, money coming from the hives. They can simply need that our bees are alive. Say no. Let me see you once them from you have to survive. Let me see you once them from you have to stay alive. Let me see you once you not slip up nor slide. Let me see you one. Alright. Some boy want punch like for you, no shoot. Rastafari is the Almighty. Some energy in the place, don't it? Yeah, man, I don't want to see me energy now. That part of the show name. If you don't have energy, I don't know how to manage. That part of the show name. If your heart is not clean, don't put your hands in the air. If you don't say good over evil, don't put your hands in the air. If you don't say life over death, don't put your hands in the air. If you don't say right over wrong, don't put your hands in the air. And if you don't respect your mother and your father, then you can't leave out of the place. Read him up. Read him up. Wow, wow. Gosso, 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 gosso. Woman there. Oh, John. Now I'm not here. Slow them up here till you never drop them. Don't go Now let me take it up. Take it up. Remember I'm telling us on a party of the show name energy now. When I know how now I'm gonna make it out. If you don't have no energy, I'm sorry. You ain't gonna make it. Take it up. All the people proud of yourself, 2 in a year. What's in the air? Me not see them. The ones in the air. Everybody go so give me the way. Go so. Watch out. Who them a coulda what that them a try? This King Selassie watch you all of them die. Who them a me go see them with a spell? This the money well and them swag on a hell. Who them a coulda who them walk us? Them this Marcus and how them all bite the dust. Who them a me go tell them to sled? They let them get this power on. You don't see a dead wonder. Don't be wondering. Watch out. That one on him. Them not like we and we not like them. Them are we enemy, we and them good friends. Them not like we and we not like them. Watch again. That one on him. Woman we lotion, we not lotion, man. Woman we powder, we not powder, man. Watch again. That one on him. Number one up and they look good, John. Pull up on the one girls, I don't know the attack. Number one, look good, John. Take it out. All of the people in the building tonight, we know so we are not fun delivered to bad mind. And we not bad mind nobody if you don't know what them possess in our life. 5 finger. 5 finger. Don't linger. Video man, push the video over there. Give me a 5 finger wave. Go so. Looking at the crowd. Wave. Me don't know what I wanna. Say bad mind, I go kill them. I'm telling you now, see I'm crazy. Done. How we say energy, don't it? Yeah, man. That's how we do it. Yeah, let me say you eat. Where you drink? You know. Well, who's the king shot? Well, that party of the show name. Take it up. If your heart is not clean, Don't put your hands in the air. Would I see two hands in the air, please? Oh man, look at that crowd. Everybody we're free now, what? Start free up, go. Wow, look at that crowd. Free up. Everybody, free up. Reggae Month, free up. Black History Month, free up. Come on everyone, well this is fire time. Living this fire well, rain or shine. Everybody, come on everyone, well this is Reggae Month time. I'm the real fire. Hey, watch me now. When you ready? You look like when you're ready. Come on when you're ready. When you're ready? When you're really ready? Let me see if you don't have energy. Everybody was turn it up. Looking at the crowd, bomb. Turn it up. Whoa! Watch out. Where you lighter? Wanna fighter? Where you lighter? One fighter. Where you lighter? Wanna fighter? All out clean out right. Go so. Where you on? Let me see you on from your boat, Babylon. Go so. Where you on? Yeah. Push it up. All the things so long. Where you on? Yeah, push it up. That mean you want. Anybody that can jump? Ready? We burn them up. Get away! Consume it! I can see that the wicked feel like more and dash some fire. Feel like more and dash some fire. A reggae man. A fireman. A fire people. Take it up. You know we're going to dash fire upon right about now. Injustice, inequality, manipulation, death without dignity, immorality, racism, sexism, ice age, global warming, anthrax, smallpox, chikungunya, swine flu, bird flu, dengue. What up? Incest, rapist, pedophile. Well, I know. And most ultimately, you know what is that? Weapon of mass destruction. Could I have a lion paw, please? Could I have a lion paw? Mr. Video Man, just kindly push your video over there, sir. When you ready? Show the world how we dash fire upon corruption. When you ready? Everybody go, so ready. Dash a fire. Oh! Dash a fire, yeah. Babylon, we get a big dash a fire also. Dash a fire. Get fire full all around ourselves. Start up this guy, go so. Jump now, and give fire. Bring up fire. Yeah, bring up fire. So rest, bring up fire. Bring up fire. And then when we go back to me, bring up fire. Like, yeah, them up here. What? Two hands in the air. Up there. No, look, up there. Are we say energy down? Them start do the wave, but we not start. And what is? It goes up. Anybody can jump? We don't see nobody else jump from 19. Well, if you can do this, we're going to do it. Say. Coffee popping fi go pop them. Coffee baby can fi can them. Coffee stand pipe fi pipe them. Coffee grand stand fi pen them. Coffee wet them fi and them. Ready. Well, if you can see the way them is the way you got to win. Tell them fi charge fi to win. Coffee if you up you fi hit them. Coffee Ghana fi go Ghana them. Zimbabwe fi go Zim them. Oh Gambia fi Gam them. Coffee Senegal fi guide them. Go so. Well, if you can see the way them is the way you got to win. Tell them fi charge fi to win. Let's go with that one.
Echoes of Sound Systems. This Friday and Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Friday, February 19th, Clash 3 of 4. Ghost International versus Red Heat. Saturday, February 20th, Clash 4 of 4. Top Class versus Jam Rock. Echoes of Sound Systems. It's a dance hall thing.
Reggae Month is February. February is Reggae Month. Come catch the rhythm virtually. We gone online totally on Reggae Month TV. Mega reggae concerts, interesting reggae documentaries, informative reggae symposia, and lots more. Online daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. on PBCJ, Jam Vision, JCDC Facebook page, and several other cable and social media platforms. Details available on the Reggae Jamaica mobile app, Reggae Month TV. Tune in daily and be entertained and informed.